Good morning. Good morning. It's Tuesday. It's day 15 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. It's May 21st. I can't believe it. You can't believe it. We can't believe it. I feel like we were just like, oh, it's May. This trial is starting. And now we are at the beginning of week 4 of this trial. Today, they are kicking off with the cross-examination of Jen McCabe. I'm sure much will be asked about that Google search, how long to die in the snow. During her direct examination, she testified that Karen implored her to Google hypothermia and how long to die in the snow, not can you survive in the snow or anything of that effect. It should be an interesting cross-examination. A few reminders on that. Remember, the jury gets to decide what the facts are. They will be given all kinds of instructions that say one witness, if believed, is enough to establish any fact. They will also be told on witness credibility that if they believe a witness has not been truthful on the stand, and different jurisdictions say that in different ways, that they can disregard all or part of their testimony. But I think we have at least another week in the prosecution's case. We've seen no technical evidence, no digital evidence at all. So where are the cell phones? Where is the entirety of Karen Read's SUV console? Who swabbed the shirt? Whose shirt was it? Who gathered evidence? What's the chain of custody? There is so much left unanswered at this point, but I imagine we will see a bit of that digital evidence with the cross-examination of Jen McCabe. We know there's Life 360 data, which can track phones and locations and where you are. And we know that there is cell phone data and text messages. What I took away from Jen McCabe's direct examination last week was that this should have been one of the first witnesses the prosecution called. It seems that through Jen McCabe's story on how, or testimony on how she went through that evening and texting John O'Keefe and getting home and then waking up to Karen screaming at her on the phone, that is the prosecution's theory of the case, that is how they see things going. I believe the text messages between her and John O'Keefe. Everything after that gets a bit odd. I believe that Karen Read woke up freaking out. What woke her up? We don't know. Exactly when she woke up, we don't know. Will we have her cell phone data? We don't know. Will we have the victim's cell phone data? We don't know. I'm optimistic, but we don't know. Will we have a cause of death at some point? That would sure be helpful in this case. But it seems that the theory laid out through this witness, Jen McCabe, is that Karen Read was upset. She thought she left John O'Keefe at the waterfall. They had had a fight, and she was absolutely beside herself the morning of January 29th. But if she was beside herself, then is anything she said after that truly a confession? Or is it absolutely her freaking out because John O'Keefe didn't come home? She didn't know where he was. She was close to the niece and nephew, and they had already lost so much. Or is it because she knew? Because she knew where she had left him in the snow. We're going to have a lot more evidence to kind of push that one way or the other, I think. You guys let me know what you think, but we're going to get to court. Law nerds, let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I am trying to finish some greens today. Look, one serving. We're going each day for something. It's balance, and then coffee and food will be here soon. So with all of that, law nerds, let's roll the intro. Let's get to court. They've already been at sidebar. The jury has just come in, so we're going to zoom. How many sidebars will there be? What, if any, sidebars will happen this morning? My answer to that is the limit does not exist. It's just whether we get a voir dire on something or not. That's what I'm interested to see. All right, let's roll.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
And yes, I rage quit on my notebooks over the weekend because I went through like 2 of them already this trial. So we are trying some digital note taking today. So if I seem inordinately distracted, I'm trying to get it together because I need notes. I need notes. I can't survive without notes. If I was a juror in a jurisdiction that they didn't allow notes, my head would implode. Like, I wouldn't be able to hang. So.
Hey. All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117,
Those
the
are
Commonwealth
my
versus Karen
gavels.
Reed.
Hey, good morning again, Council.
Bring the jury.
Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
The jurors are present.
I want to ask you those same
Everyone's got a
three
lot of sun in their
questions.
offices
Are you
this morning,
all
myself
able to
included.
follow the instructions and refrain
Goodness.
from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
I mean, I went
Were
to
you
bed at
also
like
able to
7
follow
o'clock
the
on Friday. My head
instructions
hurt so
and refrain
bad.
from doing any independent research or investigation?
Did you want to talk about this case over the weekend?
Everyone said yes.
Or did you need a
nodded
minute?
affirmatively.
I needed a
Did
minute.
anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here?
Y'all can watch me. Jurors, no.
Everyone said no.
Jurors, do not.
Thank you very much.
Do not.
May we have Ms. McCabe, please?
We don't go here. Emily, is it too early to be fast forwarding? Never. It's never too early to be zooming to the witness taking the stand. Never. Because I imagine they're going to hit a sidebar fairly quickly and we're going to just zoom.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ma'am, would you like to change any of your testimony? Because I got some questions.
McCabe, family is important to you,
Oh.
is it not?
I'm surprised that he didn't start with, would you like to change any of your questions? This cross-examination is going to come in so fucking hot right now.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Truly
you,
surprised
Your
by that.
Ms. McCabe, family is important to you, is it not?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it's probably fair to say that family is one
Let
of the
me
most
tell you
important
something
things
about
in
my
your life.
family.
Yes.
You indicated on Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe.
Would you
and
like to
considered
change
him a friend.
any of your questions?
Yes.
You also indicated that you know Miss Reed, and at some point you considered her a friend.
Yes.
But clearly,
You did say that.
John O'Keefe was not family, was he?
No.
He was not a McCabe, correct?
No.
He was not an Albert.
No.
Karen Reed.
The
was
defense
not
theory of the
family.
case is easy to follow. I'll
Correct.
give them that.
Correct.
Not a McCabe.
No.
She's not an Albert.
No.
She doesn't even go here.
Ms. McCabe, when you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning hours,
I believe everyone
of
went to the waterfall.
the night, you spent some
It's been
time
well established.
with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Correct.
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
No.
Matter of fact, they seemed like a normal couple to you?
I didn't see them interact much.
Ma'am,
They
seriously.
were both engaging with you, correct?
I
Everyone
had
else.
separate conversations with them.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos. I'm not gonna-
Everyone else
John
was like they had a
O'Keefe
lovely
was
evening.
situated for the most part over in that corner as the
Even her
camera was
husband
looking, the right
said they
corner
looked
of the
happy.
bar, along with you, Nicole O'Keefe's, I think Matt McCabe was over there as well, correct?
I can't be sure, but I know I spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to suggest that there was any tension or discord between and among those individuals, certainly between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
When you left Fairview, were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I don't know. Let's roll the tape.
I left with, there was 4 of us that left total. It was
Which were?
myself, my husband, Matt, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
From the waterfall? He's
When you
talking about the
walked out,
waterfall.
Karina Kolakithis was close by, close in town.
Julie Nangle
Oh,
wasn't
wait,
at the
are you
waterfall.
talking about leaving the waterfall?
The water.
Oh, I'm
Obviously.
sorry. I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Correct.
Yes, we were one of the last to leave.
All right. And Miss Karina Kolakithis was sort of in tow right with you as you were walking out, correct?
Yes,
She didn't even want to be there.
Was also heading that direction as well, correct?
yes,
And you said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
we were in a conversation. Yes,
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me
You're coming with me.
to Karen?
no,
You didn't say that.
Not exactly those words.
What exactly were the words?
Something to that effect.
I said, why don't you come with me?
And you even waited outside in what was ultimately freezing cold temperatures for Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
If you could take a look, Your Honor, with court's permission, Exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a 15-second clip from that.
Okay.
Oh, good. More video from the
Actually, it's a
waterfall.
little bit longer than that. It may be a minute.
I don't know. Personally, I don't think Alan needs to apologize for showing video clips after we watched that whole dash cam footage on Friday that appeared
For the record, Your Honor,
to
this
be
is
what we
about
were watching for no
12,
reason.
10, 17 seconds or so. If you could move that up, Mr. Bates, to 12.
Chad, I will try to increase the volume.
45
Let's see.
seconds. That's close enough. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this portion of the video?
How could
I
anyone?
see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what the thing on the white thing is.
I mean, that's
Let's go ahead and
fair.
Play it. Let's see if you recognize any of this.
It's completely fair. It's like, what is that even? The worst security footage ever. It's the worst placement of a flag in the history of the world.
Pause, please. Oh, that's a terrible.
I'm being
pause.
exaggerated.
Go for it.
Level of hyperbole is not helpful this early. I saw
It's
people.
also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting now.
It's a little tough.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Well, actually,
There
we
is
can
sun
answer
in the
that.
courtroom. There is
Just
sun in my house. It is not easy.
I honestly, I can't make out what that is.
I can't either. I don't think that's evasive. I
Now
think
you
that's
see.
just fact.
Yes.
The lighting is terrible. I apologize.
That's
on
better.
my video. Do you know who that person is?
I don't know.
That's you, isn't it?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play it a little bit further forward.
Maybe you should start from inside the bar and then watch her walk out. Maybe. Can you tell now? How about now? What about now? Has it gotten more clear yet?
Awesome.
Good.
Now, with the flag
That-
out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
That looks to be John.
How
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
do you
This is
recognize
someone
him?
who's right.
I do. Yes.
And who is that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward. And
Another glass walking out of the
you see
bar.
the person with the sort of white shoes just above the car.
Yes.
Does that appear to be you?
I can't make that out that it's me, but I know I was there and I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
Hovering.
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No.
this frame?
That looks like they've walked away.
Right. As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Well, do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
Well, see, this is the point where I get to ask the questions and you get to answer.
Okay.
Shit.
So you see yourself standing in the parking lot after John and the person to his right had walked.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay. Let's play it for just a few more seconds.
The combativeness is going to get off the charts. But Alan does come in a bit combative as well in his tone. So,
Pause.
I think that's
And what
kind of
do you
his
appear to be doing
goal.
at that point?
Walking to my car.
Okay, so you turn around and left after Mr. O'Keefe and the person to his right walked away, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video leaves a little to be desired,
A
You
lot
know that-
to be desired.
John O'Keefe left with Karen, correct?
Yes.
So the person to his right, the more petite person with the long hair, that would be Karen.
I would assume.
Okay, so you waited out in the parking lot for a few minutes after you said or joked, "You're coming with me," or something like that, correct?
I wouldn't. No, I was speaking to them and then I walked to my car.
You didn't say to Mr. O'Keefe, "You're coming with me." You said to Karen Reed,
You said, "You're coming with
or
me."
something to that effect, correct?
Well, why
Mr.
don't you come with
O'Keefe was
me?
not outside when I said to Karen, "You're coming with me." I told Karen, "You're coming with me," because John was still in the bar
Huh.
with Matt.
Her
So
nodding at
you
her is
asked
interesting.
Karen to come with you in your car
Yes.
to give her a ride,
Yes.
separate from John O'Keefe.
Yes. I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you wanted to separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
No.
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're going to go?
Because Matt was
Matt
still in
was
the
still
bar.
inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, "You're coming with me," or something to that
I think
effect to
everybody
my
was
client,
drunk.
to separate her from John O'Keefe, even though your testimony is John O'Keefe was just inside the bar.
I think
Objection.
he's implying
Sustained
intent
as to that form. Ask it
that's
differently.
not.
Sure. Did you
Proven.
believe it was important at that point to ask Miss Reed to come with you, which would separate her from John O'Keefe?
There was never an idea of separating them.
That's
Except
what
for the
she's
fact
taking issue
the
with.
idea was, you're coming with me, not you two are coming with me, correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you, you'd be separating her from John, wouldn't you?
We were standing outside
That question
talking.
could be answered yes or no. By definition, your statement to her, "You come with me," would separate her from John, wouldn't it?
It would not because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
But not at the same time, ma'am, correct?
I
Your
mean,
idea was to bring Karen with you, separate and apart from John.
We were waiting
really
for
trying
John to
to
come
make
out,
more
and
out of
I
that.
said, "Why don't you just come with me?" It was innocent.
oh,
I'm not asking for your explanation. You'll get
the,
to that with Mr. Loudon. I'm asking for a yes or no question.
the
Or yes or no
explanation
answer.
directly to the
By
jury.
definition, your invitation would separate Karen from John, would it not?
Objection.
Right over.
Sustained.
It's
Move
been
on.
asked and
Would
answered.
it or would it not separate John?
It's been
and
asked and
Karen
answered.
for the ride over?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived at Fairview, some folks were already there, correct?
Yes.
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr.
And then you arrived, as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes, correct.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Mhm.
You testified on Friday that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes,
He's
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
yes.
We have Exhibit 66 with the court's.
which will be
permission.
interesting.
Okay.
This is a digital model of the location. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
Does it appear to be a relative scale model of 34 Fairview?
yes,
It's so helpful. It's so helpful.
This would be the front door, correct?
yes.
Impossible to
And
see.
where's
It's
the
so.
mailbox? If you can point.
It is so bright in my office. It's very hard to see.
Okay, so you're pointing to an area just in front of a car that's in the driveway, correct?
Yes,
And then the driveway's to the right,
yes,
and then along this line is the front lawn area and property line of 34 Fairview, correct?
yes,
You indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
yes,
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
yes,
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
yes.
I mean, it was snowing. How do you know?
Quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
Was she driving? I mean, maybe she just.
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
Okay. What I'm asking is, you didn't just say, your memory was not just somewhere in front of a house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the
Mhm.
front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
You're not sure? You might have.
I'm not
And-
sure if I said, whose Jeep is that?
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I mean,
I am. Oh, wait, no. Excuse me. Repeat the question?
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that note.
huh.
Right?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know?
'Cause
where
they've
the Jeep
talked
was
about it.
Because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car and I asked. I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you
That's okay. You can continue.
Oh, shit.
appreciate that.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your answer.
Can you repeat your answer?
To the question
You can
of
continue.
did he know where the Jeep was?
Whether or not you told him where the Jeep was.
I did not need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time.
She's like, objection
January
vague.
29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also
Again,
interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January.
the attitude between the two of them is at some point, I imagine, going to get commented on by the court. But I do appreciate that she's like, when in time are you talking about? Because the prosecution's not making the objection vague. It's just a matter of whether the jury thinks he's pressing too hard or if the jury thinks she's being too evasive. It's going to be a long day.
29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked.
She's one of the only
a
people
series
teams
of
that they talked to
open-ended
that day.
questions. What did you see and where did you see it, correct?
Yes.
Have we put any words in your mouth?
Not
No.
at the
Told
moment.
you what to say at that time.
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Sure. Do you not have a clear memory of exactly what you told Trooper Proctor?
Well, I know what
Just yes or no? You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
Permission? Yes. Thank you.
I want to understand what's going. Chat, just so you know, some of you may know the answer to this. We are watching as the jury. I want to know, I want them to answer in court what the deal is with
You'll review that.
not Trooper Proctor, with Brian Higgins's
Highlighted portion. Let me
Jeep.
know after you've reviewed it. Just read it to yourself.
There's so much confusion about the Jeep. I want to understand. I am waiting for someone to clear this up in court. I'm waiting for the moment where I'm like, that's the Jeep. That's why they're talking about it.
Do you have that, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know I told.
All I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh
He's
your
like, there's an
recollection?
order we have to do things in.
Regarding?
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th.
Well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
Okay. I have to do it this way, it's court rules.
Mhm.
Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
I didn't tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door and was straight outside.
Okay. I can't quite get the answer I'm looking for. The court is going to require me to ask this question again.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection?
She's like, no, that's
Yes
not
or
what I
no
said.
as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help.
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct?
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't he? Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's SUV
If you
was.
can show me in the report,
Just
He's asking your memory, though.
just off of what I just read, is that what you're
No, he's,
going off of? Yes.
I'm asking for
he's
your
asking about your memory.
Yes. So my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold on. So it's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously. So the best way to do that is, Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question
Okay.
and then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take, it does.
Let the
Okay, so
lawyer
just-
lawyer.
Go ahead,
Ma'am,
Mr. Chair.
just let him do his job.
I'll slow it down. Did you
It's not gonna
talk
help.
to the proctor about where the SUV was?
Yes.
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside.
Told you
correct?
that was coming.
Yes.
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, the car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
But you left out a little part by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on
He
his
didn't
part.
ask
I
you
see.
to
The
explain.
proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it.
No, that's what
Do you
she's
think he's
saying.
wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question,
Thank
please.
you, Your Honor. And during the course of that conversation.
She's talking about the SUV being straight out the front
you never
door
once, Ms.
and the
McCabe,
Jeep being by the
not
mailbox.
once, mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at the report. Would that refresh your recollection?
What is up with the Jeep? She's like, I
Objection.
don't believe Trooper Proctor's report.
Do you think that will help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay,
May I?
yes.
Direct your attention once again to paragraph 3.
Julie K asked in the chat, why can't she answer yes or no if she doesn't want to? That's why. She could. She's allowed to. She does not want to.
You've had an opportunity to review.
I
it.
have, yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed.
Wouldn't your memory have
in front
been
of
more
34 Fairview on that morning,
accurate?
correct? I'm sorry, the night before,
Close
correct?
in time.
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay, and when you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will.
Oh, I bet he will.
And you never mentioned, according to that report, not one word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. Mention
Oh,
that.
what now?
No.
Right. Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No.
And you said, I observed her car by the mailbox.
No.
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did
That's-
you not?
Ma'am,
The Jeep
welcome to
sitting on
cross-examination.
Right by that driveway, Trooper Proctor. Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the
Okay.
events of January
That's
28th,
been asked and
29th,
answered. The jury gets to decide
you
if they
spoke
believe her or
extensively
not.
to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Did you speak at all?
Yes, we did.
Between then and now, to Chris and Julie Albert.
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken
You know
to them
that's not what he
about
asked.
these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
It's
Yes,
too
Mr.
early
McCabe,
for
I'm
this.
asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
Oh,
That
that's
wasn't my question.
not the
My
question.
question was, did you talk to them about this case, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional answers and editorialize. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection.
So objection as to the form. We've talked about this at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
You've talked
It
to them
was
about the
argumentative.
details of that night, correct? The 28th going into the morning of the 29th.
Yes.
You've talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night.
I'm waiting for him to just be like, my questions, Miss McCabe. I need you to answer my questions. I'm waiting for him, just the full Elaine Vasquez moment of, I need you to answer my questions.
Correct?
Yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically, no.
When people came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
I didn't ask if you know what they
Oh
know.
my
I'm
God.
asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
That's what he asked.
Talked to them about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Do you understand my question?
Obviously not.
Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
He phrased it differently that time. Did I say Elaine Vasquez and not Camille? I haven't had coffee yet.
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
He didn't
In the
ask that.
2 years or 2.5 years since this event,
That's not what he
you've
asked.
had extensive conversations with your friends and family about this circumstance.
Is that a
correct?
yes?
Correct. Yes.
You've told them your observation.
To when she was asking people for screenshots of their text messages. Can we get to that part? Because I'm to when she was asking people for screenshots of their text messages. Can we get to that part? Because I'm dying for answers about that.
Perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works.
I understand, but extensively would mean
There it is. I'm asking the questions. I feel like we're close enough to the I'm asking the questions. That's how this works. Not her.
almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case? Ms.
No,
McCabe?
it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Understood. So you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
We'd love to talk more
You
about
became
her
aware
Life
that,
360
There
data.
was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
Her phone was not rehomed. So at least there's that.
That's not how I became aware now.
Life 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
Okay, that's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
Do you want
And
us
you know
to
that
clap?
Your daughter's whereabouts were revealed.
It would have gone a long way if the prosecutor would have gotten out ahead of some of this for her. So she didn't, well, she might have done it anyway, but so she didn't feel the need to fill in so much because she is filling in every yes, no, and not just answering the questions.
Based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury,
Mhm.
questioning by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes,
Yes, I know what Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second.
Mhm.
You admitted that it works as a, quote, GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
It was the form of the
Correct.
question that
You
she was
indicated
taking
that-
issue with.
It works as a reliable, quote, unquote, tracking device, was your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
I
Correct.
And you
believe
even
that.
said that it's a, quote, unquote, good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said, when you testified in front of the great grand jury, that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Can I see it?
Sure.
You know if you said it or not. You can't try to distance yourself from what you previously said about the Life 360. Life 360 is like, leave us the fuck out of this conversation right now. Because she's going to be like, no, it's not accurate, and just pan it. Because I imagine at this point, she is more aware of what the Life 360 data shows. But the prosecution should have asked her about this information. A question came through, and I'm going to try to get to them while they're walking up. I feel like this is going to go on all morning. Jen said, can she now be considered a hostile witness? Jen, her attitude has nothing to do with whether she's considered a hostile witness or not. The treating someone as a hostile witness as a term of art talks about treating a witness you called as an opposing witness.
13.
This is already technically a hostile witness to Alan because he's cross-examining. If the prosecution needed to cross-examine this witness, there is a procedure in each
You
state
said 13 through 15?
to determine whether the witness needs to be treated as an opposing witness being cross-examined. So it just means a witness on the opposing side. It doesn't mean hostile attitude-wise.
Mhm.
She will get admonished by the court if she continues to over-answer and editorialize. Alan will continue to get admonished if he keeps commenting on it. So hopefully that explains what hostile witness means a little bit better as she is reading this.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yeah, this is, I imagine she brings up
Does that
the
refresh your
harassment
It does, yes.
because she, A, wants the jury to know about it, and B, it might explain some of the defensiveness, but the DA didn't ask about it. So, here we are.
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to the question and answer about whether
She's
you
like, yeah, I
said
didn't say
it
accurate.
works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go?
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah.
He can't put words in her mouth, and she's not
Yes.
going to let him.
Um,
If she didn't say it's accurate and he's trying to put that in her mouth, then I can
so
understand
where
why
did
she's
Allie
like,
go
no.
after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check the
She
Life
didn't go
360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
Did she
At
stay
that point,
at the Alberts?
I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Did you say who's
Okay.
going to check me, boo?
Did you ever verify through the 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? You ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check Life 360 app for that?
Yep.
No.
Okay. But you believed her.
I thought
when
you were
she
checking
said
on
she
your
came
kids.
home.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
Okay. The Alberts had a dog, pardon me,
Had.
correct?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th,
You busted on
After
into
6
that
a.m.
bedroom.
it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that
Dog wasn't in the
at
bedroom?
least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
still dark outside.
Where's the
Right?
dog?
Yes.
You walked through their door, and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
He did say that.
Yes.
You were loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Nobody's judging you for being loud, ma'am. They judge me for being loud, but nobody's judging you in this moment for being loud. You don't need to distance from being loud. You don't need to explain why you were being loud. You were trying to wake them up. That, oh my God, fighting on things that don't need to be fought on is just
Yes.
And you don't remember
a
a
dog.
70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
No.
Matter of fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today,
Okay.
you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it.
I
Right?
did not see it. No.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before,
Mhm.
who was the last person to leave? Was it Caitlin?
I believe she
can't
left
really
after
know
us.
the last person to leave because she wasn't still there. So
We've talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house.
can't believe I
Safe
already
to
spilled
say,
on myself
correct?
so
Correct.
early.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit. You also
Can we go to the text?
indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's?
Where was that in
It was-
relation to the Jeep?
Behind it, I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
If Ryan
Was
Nagel's behind the
Ryan
Jeep,
Nagel's vehicle
why would you see the
and those
lights?
that you remember,
Mhm.
were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified
sounds like there
previously
wasn't a
that
Jeep.
you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox.
It would
Let me
be,
finish my
Mhm.
question.
Mhm.
Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between?
it definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
That's what she said.
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
To the
Well,
side.
if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not going to be beside the Jeep, right? That's going to be in the middle of the
It
road.
would have been in the middle of the road,
The
correct?
mystery
So if
Jeep.
it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's
I mean,
Reed's
have
SUV.
we?
As we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
She's like, no.
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves you. Okay.
Are you sure about that? Not
So-
really. Not 100%. Nope.
You were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022.
Mhm.
Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound about right? I
Yep.
don't expect you to
Yes.
surprise that date.
Yes.
Look how easy it
Um,
is. Yes or no?
You were asked what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location, and you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do.
The answer is no, I don't remember. And then he can say, would it refresh your recollection if I show you? And then all of this goes much more smoothly. But nothing today is going to go smoothly. I will say I do like the blazer though.
Take a look at lines 21 down the highlighted portion.
Everyone in Ryan Nagel's truck said they did not see a Jeep.
Okay.
Brian Albert Jr. did not see a Jeep. Julie Nagel did not see a Jeep. It's just her and her husband that remember the Jeep. I don't know if it has any relevance to shit
You were
at
asked,
all. But now it's a point of confusion.
do we know what time the brother came, meaning Ryan Nagel?
Okay. Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe,
Because of the
is
texting?
because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you would refresh your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified that as soon
Look
as
how
you
easy.
saw Miss Reed's SUV, you
She
texted
refreshed
John.
the timeline.
Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside
Ms.
and
McCabe, that's not my question.
That was not his question
I'm
at all.
explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
Yeah, but that's not what he
Explain.
asked.
Add another question. My question is,
He's not asking you to figure it all out. He wants the jury to figure it all out based on the information they have. I'm glad you've figured it all out. No one else knows what the fuck is happening.
very specific. Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
The snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse.
Thank God,
But it's safe to say that you would agree with
I think
me
that was a dig at
light
Lally.
dusting of snow, correct?
by the way.
I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
Okay. And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
Please explain snow to the Californian.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you,
The Canadians
Saw
will
some
continue
sort
to
of tire
laugh about the
tracks.
snow.
is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Lally on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks.
I don't think she did.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
Her husband did. I don't think she did.
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as the barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe them?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
What?
Like a half J?
To my recollection, it was almost like started, if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend, it was kind of like that,
Just
like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave,
Okay.
like this in the road.
What it sounds like is
Somebody
perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps
Pulled the
what
curb.
you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw? That's the wave that you saw?
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying.
Jody Sayai, that's
So-
fair. She said we get more snow in Tahoe.
Mhm.
True. She
Those tracks
clarified.
belong to somebody else.
The Angelino.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute. You already
Wait,
said that when
what?
you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
You didn't say
And
it
then
had
it
already
moved
moved up.
at one point.
Right? That's all I'm asking.
But that's
about.
not what-
Just take the point at which
Oh
you
my
first
God.
saw the car.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. You first saw the car,
Mhm.
that's when you
What
saw
if
the
any
tire
wave?
tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car.
She said it must have been after her car got there.
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks
After.
because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well,
That's
I
fair.
thought you just said.
No,
that I-
Alan, you asked her, were the tire tracks there before the SUV was there? And she said, no, they weren't there before the SUV was there, or I didn't see them before the SUV was there because I didn't really pay attention until I saw the SUV. Oh,
asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks when I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car.
no, that's not what she said.
It's not, doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple
I
times.
don't think this is her being evasive. I think this is the two of them
Well, I'm not
crossing
exactly
hairs.
sure.
Did you see them the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay. So it could have been the first time.
Could have been.
But they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
As he's taking a moment, Brittany in the chat asked, is the jumping around in questioning part of his strategy? It can be a combination of both. It is easier to tell a narrative from beginning to end.
In addition
It's harder to test memory jumping into the middle of events.
I'm sorry, Trooper Proctor interviewing you on the 29th. You also gave extensive testimony on April 26th, 2022 in front of a state court grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked
Although we have to
about
clarify
the
how many
location of
grand
Ms.
juries
Reed's
there's
vehicle. I'm
been.
still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind.
I don't know if it's
Is that
going to
right?
be quick.
Correct.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car, is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked about Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck?
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so if you could show me what you're talking about, I would
Which one?
greatly appreciate it.
Which time? Which grand jury? What if any grand jury? Kelly H in the chat said, can a judge ever deny the request to treat a witness as hostile? Yes, they can. There is a process you have to go through, and sometimes the court is like, ask better questions. You don't get to just cross-examine this witness. Good luck. Jason B said, just found this channel yesterday. You're awesome and hilarious. Thank you. We are so confused here because we're watching this
Yes.
case as jurors, and coming into this case as jurors and watching what's presented in court has led to confusion. I hope at some point things become clear, but we're 4 weeks in, so my optimism is beginning to slip. Jennifer gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. And that optimism is slipping into frustration. So, Natasha said she got her Lawnard tumbler yesterday. Fantastic. A lot of you got your oil slick tumblers. Mine is in the kitchen. I'm going to have to go grab it. So, Willow, thank you for the gift of memberships. Nishay, good to see you. Nishay said the lack of compassion here is overwhelming. I just get anger from this witness. Just anger.
The entirety of your
Okay. We're zooming till they find the part in testimony he wants to ask about.
The entirety of your
Good to
state
see you,
court
Matt
grand
Bond.
jury.
Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to pages 182 to 187. You can probably scan those pretty quickly and just let me know after you scan those.
Okay.
Those pages, I should say.
So she is scanning her previous testimony. The jury gets to just sit here and watch as she reads all of this. However, for a witness, if you need a minute because you're getting pissed, it is not a bad strategy to give yourself a minute because it doesn't look like you're taking a minute, but you're taking a minute. Like more than one. It's a lot of minutes. I mean,
Yes.
that's hyperbole. I'm zooming. I don't know how many minutes it is. I'm completely time blind.
I did, yes.
As you glance at those pages, my question is a relatively simple one, but I wondered if you have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the
Angel,
vehicles
thank you for
that
the
were
gift
out
of
front
memberships.
In front of 34 Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out
But
front.
did you mention
So when you
it?
were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front in some painstaking detail, talking about
What is going
the
on
black
with the Jeep?
SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
You were,
what
in fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
He's asking the question.
if you want to show me?
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you
I-
want to review your
I
transcript?
Just read it all. I didn't see it.
Ms. McCabe, you
Objection.
can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
I will do the same for you. Okay? As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front, did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no. You did or you didn't. Did you mention ever in that grand jury that there was a Jeep behind Miss Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
I can't, you need to keep your
Okay.
voice up, please.
Sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
It's painful.
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question.
She thinks she does.
Recall mentioning the Jeep. If you don't, you don't.
I mean,
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
that's not what he asked.
Did you and Mr. Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation?
I think she's irritated because there are times where he's insinuating, you never said this. And she's like, I wasn't asked. You can't just offer information in a grand jury if not asked. And that's the frustration between the two of them. But that's not an easy thing as a witness. If somebody asks you a question that insinuates an answer without the rest of it, I understand why the two of them are crossing hairs at the moment, because there are times he is and has misstated some of the things she said. He's like, you said it was accurate. She's like, the transcript doesn't say I said it was accurate. That's why this back and forth is happening like that. Because when he adds in words like that, she is not going to just accept what he has said. But then again, when he asks simple questions, she doesn't accept that either. So it's
about
tough.
where his Jeep was parked.
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did
Do you ever
anyone,
talk to Higgins?
leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins' Jeep and what he testified to?
No.
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Can you repeat the question,
Were
please?
you ever asked
That
by
was
anybody
clear.
to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
Not that you recall.
After you arrived
Okay.
and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, "Pull behind me," to John. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at 12:40, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
And at 12:42, you texted, "Where are
Can we
you?"
just have all the text messages?
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
So that's 5 text messages. And each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I don't know if she said that.
I know for the first 2 I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Okay. So if you got
Did
up,
you do that?
you walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text,
Mhm.
and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second, that would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again? A second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door stationary.
Ma'am,
And
you're
you
going to have
texted
to say,
here.
Correct.
you're
Then
going to
you
have
walk-
to say which vehicle because there are so many fucking cars at this point. They're talking again about the text between her, well, to John O'Keefe from her while he's presumably in the SUV parked outside 34 Fairview.
Back over to the window, or, I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct? At 12:31.
Correct.
All right. At that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
What?
So the first time I saw it, it was here. And I said here. And then the next time I texted, I said, pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going. You said you saw it pull up again a second time. So you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right. So that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
We're going to zoom while he is looking for transcripts.
In front of when you testified in front of this other proceeding, Didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times watching that car?
And that's what he was looking for.
Would you be able to show me that?
It's going to take a minute.
The judge is going to admonish him again. You can't just.
Can I have one here?
I get to give commentary, Alan. Oh my goodness. This is going to be a long morning. Linda said, question, why did they have several grand juries and how many? Is that unusual? Linda, this case is nothing if not unusual. There was a state grand jury and there is a federal grand jury. The federal grand jury seems to be investigating what the fuck is happening here, not whether or not Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with the car, because that's being prosecuted here. So there's what seems to be an investigative grand jury, and I say seems to be because that is not disclosed. Nothing has come from it, but it turned up a bunch more witnesses. It seems to be looking into the investigation and everything that happened here, but they're not going to be able to bring charges against Karen Reed. She's already been charged and is being tried here. So yes, it's unusual. It's very, very unusual that there is a federal grand jury that had been convened, and it seems ran from May to late June at least. That the information from that grand jury was turned over to these lawyers before this trial. They all asked to continue the trial, and then the trial didn't get continued. It's very, very odd that there's an ongoing federal inquiry
Yes.
into this case in addition to this. But in cable transcripts from a grand jury, from a trial, from, police interviews, and you can end up with quite a lot. In-depth heard
4 pages.
There were a ton of transcripts because there was the UK proceeding, depositions,
Okay.
and more.
Date stamped. After you've had a chance to review that, just look up and let me know.
All right. Well, he just sat down. He's like, I'm going to wait. She's going to read her entire damn grand jury transcript on the stand. I'm so glad we get to Zoom.
Yes.
You had an opportunity.
And Potsa, do you think the feds are watching
to
this?
review those
Yes.
few pages from your
I mean, not me,
testimony
but yes.
in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a
She
matter of
said
fact, you
several.
looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
Correct.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks, after the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronologically.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking. So,
I didn't ask you about your husband.
okay.
Just about you. The answer is correct.
Yes.
Is she also answering with the royal we?
So you're indicating that you were trying to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm waiting for someone to change their YouTube
I'm not
screen
good
into
with
the
distance.
feds. Just start
Further
messaging.
than
We are
you and I are
watching.
from each other, correct?
Chat, I'm
Correct.
teasing.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
Nothing's easier.
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Okay. Just right outside the front door, though. Within,
Straight outside. Yes.
well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. Of the front door is where it was.
Ms. McCabe, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes. And then it moved. Correct.
And then moved a second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole and then it moved up again.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Then you indicated that
you're making it
you had
harder.
an absolutely clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view,
Clear view.
I could see the car out front. Yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside, correct?
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming
Objection,
down
Your Honor.
sufficient?
So let's hear the question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it.
Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question and the reading.
No, that's okay. I'm going around the question.
Was that your testimony?
Yes,
So not only
Yeah,
did
well,
you
and
have a
she's
clear
not just
view, you
answering.
indicated in your words, you had a good view of it,
So,
right?
correct.
Then you noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text. It's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
You maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, and the SUV was gone.
that is a really long time
Correct.
for no one
So
to go
you would
outside.
agree, we just do some basic math. You're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
It's a really long time. Oh, right. Okay.
I guess I'm. If you want to pull out the times and you can look at them.
He wants
Well-
to pull out the times, ma'am, because in that 19 minutes, if you're looking out the window every 2 minutes and texting, he would like to know when the fuck Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with the car and how you didn't see it. I feel dense for just seeing it now, but that's why he keeps asking. If you're looking out the window every 2 or 3 minutes, at what point did you see her hit John O'Keefe? We're going to be here for a minute.
We talked about the times, and you
Mhm.
agreed that you were texting between 12:27 and 12:45,
Correct.
right? So if you were just to divide that by 5 times, getting up and looking, I don't know, I was doing the math in my head, maybe it's every 3 minutes or so.
Correct.
At no time did you hear any noise.
So if you weren't in the shower, which I suspect you weren't because your curls are still intact, you wouldn't have had time. My client wouldn't have had time to hide the gun before you came downstairs. So you would have had to find my client with a gun in their hand to make your story plausible, wouldn't you, Chutney? That's where we're at right now. You would have had to have seen it at some point if you are looking out the window constantly.
Or sound outside that was unusual? Caught
No.
your attention? You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
No.
You didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or door slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
Right.
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out at the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that. Is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
But you didn't see
And then you saw the
John
SUV
O'Keefe
gone,
in the snow.
driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mm-hmm.
Where was John O'Keefe?
Where was the body?
I have no idea. I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
You're assuming? It's a murder trial, ma'am.
You were looking at the front lawn, weren't you?
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
Do you know what the field of view is?
Would you like to explain it?
Oh, shit.
You had clear and good view
Do you think she's figured out where he was going with that now?
Across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it left, didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
I didn't ask you about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground. Nothing was obstructing.
Ma'am, when you look at the road, don't you look over the ground? Or do somehow you not?
Your vision, was it?
No.
So you had a clear and good, your words, not mine, a clear and good view.
She's also upstairs. You have the high ground.
Yes.
And everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
And you had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
What was obstructing your
was
view?
Obstructed on what was between you and the SUV, but not obstructed on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course not. Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the SUV as well.
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that.
How do you...
You're focusing right now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions.
Mhm.
You think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of you if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's a fair question.
You think you would see something? Can you clearly see that there is nothing between you and me except a podium?
Alan doesn't need to...
Yes.
Make
Well,
the
there's a
point.
table.
And you don't have to look down to see that, right?
Alan,
You're looking directly in my face. But
Alan doesn't need to make the point. He's going to make the point because he's on a roll, and he can't stop himself. But he doesn't need to make the point. The jury's sitting there going, ma'am, seriously? Just seriously? Just stop.
you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right?
Objection.
Periphery.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Bring the eye doctor and let's talk about peripheral vision. I didn't realize we would get to an alligator. At least he didn't say wild boar. But I'm kind of bummed that he didn't at this point. We're going to zoom. I'm surprised they got this far into the morning without a sidebar, honestly. I'm sure the court is like, can we not harp on peripheral vision any longer?
That flat lawn with that good.
That flat lawn with that good view over white snow with stairs. Like you're elevated.
Yes.
Oh, he started asking questions before he got back to the podium. Sir, you can't do that. I'm trying to zoom because I keep talking. Also, it's Massachusetts, Alan, not Florida. Alligators.
Ms. McCabe, as you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not
6 times?
You did it 5
9 times.
And then a
6 times.
after it was gone. Right?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
Sounds like that's a little rehearsed.
Not at all. It's not at all.
I
I'll
wish
let
I
the
had.
answer stand.
A lot of people have said, I wish I had. John O'Keefe never came in that house that
He
night.
left the
I wish he
location.
had.
About 1:45. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in. Was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Questions.
Thank you. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No,
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
no,
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Didn't see anything out of the ordinary then?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's that question. I mean, there's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front. That's why I said I didn't see anything out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right. Did you see that the headlights came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So according to you, you got in the car and immediately twisted yourself, looking directly to the rear and never turned back around and never
Excuse-
looked outside the windows.
Correct.
Alan,
Got it.
I take offense. It was peanut butter jelly time in that SUV. So yes, they got in the SUV. She turned around and they started talking about peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. That is her testimony.
Is that normal for you?
Yeah, I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
I
So you
believe
made sure
that.
that you didn't look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody.
believe
you did
that
hear
she's a
some of the
chatty
girls in
person.
the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you were turned around looking right out, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you,
Correct.
so that you could make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
That's argumentative.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's
No,
argumentative.
that's not why I did it. I was talking to the two girls.
When you got home, what did you do?
I went up to bed.
This
What
is
time
what
do you
I've
think
been
you
waiting
got home?
for.
Somewhere after approximately, I don't know, between 2 and 2:15. I'm
It took you a few minutes to drop the girls off.
correct.
If you're going to tell me you didn't brush your teeth and wash your face, ma'am, I'm not going to believe you
When you got home,
forever.
you got on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Oh, speaking of which, I need to feed my Snorlax.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls, just using your phone, any phone calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs?
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? Do you know what I mean by that? Like FaceTime audio or WhatsApp, phone calls, things like that?
Text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but I'm
She's
asking, did you use any kind of
Genuinely trying to
third-party
figure out what
app
he's asking.
that uses Wi-Fi, VoIP calls other than just a phone call?
No.
Okay. Sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
I've used FaceTime with my children, yes.
Not for phone calls.
No.
Like FaceTime audio is a way that you can make a call. No?
I've FaceTimed with my kids at school, but,
That's videos. Right?
oh, okay. So yeah, I guess not.
You didn't do that night either.
Not that I recall.
She genuinely looks confused. She's like, oh, what now?
Did you? Now I'm going to get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
You texted your husband and a friend in a group chat?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes,
Your husband was home?
yes.
Chat.
I want to switch gears for a second.
First, she knows the questions are coming about the Google search. We know the questions are coming about the Google search. The Google search at 2:26, 2:27 in the morning, how long to die in the snow, was part of the defense's opening statement. There is nuance. Alan Jackson has been doing trial work for a very long time. He was a district attorney before he became a defense attorney. I think he actually ran for district attorney. This is something not all lawyers would do. It is something I don't always have patience to do, but it is brilliant. And here is why. This witness knows what the fuck is coming. And we're leading up to the point, there is an anticipation of having to deal with this testimony that I know, she knows, he knows, probably the jury, if they remember the opening statements, knows that what is coming about the Google search. And he is leaving her on the edge of her seat, knowing that she is going to have to address this testimony. And he keeps shifting gears on it. So by the time he gets to it at the end, she is going to be tired, frustrated, cranky, and then will have to answer for the most difficult testimony that I think is coming. There might be more that we don't know, but this is not just building anticipation for this witness, but also frustrating her. It is a solid strategy. Like, we're going to get up, we're going to switch gears. We're going to get up, we're going to switch gears. It is not something all lawyers do, because sometimes you're just like, but we are going to be here a minute, and it is going to frustrate the fuck out of this witness. Also, to everyone in the chat, I can't read the chat at the moment or I will die laughing, but for everyone in the chat who has told me for like 4 trials now that I needed to just get a digital note taker, I am going to just issue my sincerest apologies now. All of you were correct. I should have listened sooner. I was like, no, I love my notebooks. I'm an hour into this morning, and I'm like, I'm never doing anything again. I'll keep you posted on how that goes by the end of the day. But the strategy here I needed to point out, because the strategy is fantastic. It's just great strategy. Great strategy for the defense. You're going to see her get
you real quick about
more uncomfortable.
Later that morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house. You mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Carrie Roberts.
Because she's going to have to deal with that video too.
Yes.
You indicated
So
that
they're
you
jumping around in
you
time.
looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him. Is that right?
Yes.
You obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the
You were
couch
searching.
that night to wait
Peeked
for John to come
at the
home.
couch.
I'm not aware of that, no.
You didn't ask her? So much happened and you didn't ask her where she
Testified
slept?
On Friday that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., that she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
She said it was
Correct.
crystal clear.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it.
Yes.
Yet law enforcement did nothing. So chat, I'm trying the remarkable. I'll keep you posted. I saw tech reviewers review it. It seems lightweight and easy. So that's what I'm trying.
I'm going to have just a moment.
I'll keep you posted on how we like it. But after I ran through 3 of these and they discontinued them, I had to burn it to the ground because I just wanted to use that notebook. This is the ADHD. I just wanted to use that notebook. Any other notebook was unacceptable. So, no notebook.
Yes.
And now this.
It's just the entirety. I'm going to hand you a document. Before I ask you about that specific document, did you review anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Not her grand jury
Yes.
transcript.
Your grand jury testimony?
I did, yes.
Really? Okay. Chad, I know you guys were telling me to get a remarkable during Murdaugh, and I was like, I
You
love
did
my
review your grand
notebooks.
jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
So the document in front of you, you recognize it?
Yes.
That is in fact a true and correct copy of your grand jury testimony that you gave on April 26th, 2022. Is that
So
right?
I took the little
Correct.
thing that I have for my Apple Pencil and threw it on this one because I need like squishy.
In that hearing, rather, you'll agree that your testimony in that case, in that hearing, rather, April of 2022, that was just a few months after the events in question, right?
Yes.
You were under oath at the time that you gave that testimony.
This is the
Yes.
state
You
grand
were
jury.
subject to the penalty of perjury when you were answering those questions, correct?
Yes.
Oh, girl. What did you
Ms.
say?
McCabe, I'd like you to turn to the page, since you've reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Show me where you said it.
Was I asked what she said?
I just asked the questions.
Well, I'd like you to direct me where to look.
He asked
I
you.
want you to look at the entire grand.
No, ma'am. Oh, fuck. What he said was, show me where you said it. Show me where you said this impactful statement. I hit him X3. Crystal clear. Show me where you said it at the grand jury. Did she never say this at the grand jury? Chat. What the fuck happened at this grand jury?
Grand jury testimony if you need to, and turn to the page.
Show
where
me.
you ever said that my client said,
Show
I
me.
hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I'm not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him on that morning.
So you didn't
So it's
say
not in
it.
that document, is it?
I'm not sure if I could take the time, and do you want me to
Yeah.
read over 200 pages?
May I
Yep.
approach?
Yes.
No, I don't want to take the time. Because you just indicated that you reviewed this document. in
'Cause you didn't say
anticipation of your testimony, right?
Correct.
So you've gone over it recently.
A few weeks back.
So we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that in the grand jury in April of 2022, don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages or however long it is.
You think you
You prepped for your testimony. This is the most impactful thing Karen said to you that morning, and you don't know if it's there or not? Sure, Jan. Sure.
might have missed it when you reviewed your testimony in anticipation for,
Sure.
I'm sorry, when you
Sure,
reviewed
girl.
your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Lolly.
I read it a few weeks ago.
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
What have you been doing all weekend?
In anticipation for, I'm sorry, when you reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I read it a few weeks ago,
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
and I will never forget it.
Objection.
Okay, so that's stricken.
Would you agree? Do you think that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It is, yes.
Did
Why?
you see it in the transcript?
Ask her why.
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
He scoffed. Did you hear it? I heard it.
Yes.
I heard him scoff.
These are select pages.
I'm waiting for him to just be like, you know what? The prosecution has asked every witness who plays on the varsity basketball team and if they lost that game or not. We know what everyone was drinking, including the Crystal Light. We know everyone at the high top. If I'm Alan Jackson at this point, I'd be real fucking tempted. I don't know if it would piss the jury off or not because I'm not sitting there looking at their faces and it's on week 4. I'd be real fucking tempted to stand up there page by page. Is it on this page? Is it on this page? Is it on? Because sometimes you get petty like that. I don't know if that's the best for this jury, but the way I'd be so tempted. Chat, I see you. I see you motioning for code red. I'm going to go to code red while she is
Out of
reviewing
your grand jury testimony.
the grand jury testimony about that morning. For those of you that are new here, welcome, new law nerds. Code red is our maximum level
Isn't
of
it true, Ms. McCabe,
fuckery.
that you were asked when you testified?
What the fuck. We're going to get to this answer in just a second. And we need to go to DEFCON red. I need to start keeping a tally of how many witnesses we go to DEFCON red on. But really, it's not in the grand jury transcript? Was she asked about that morning and never said it? Is this why it's in none of the police reports? I have so many questions. So for those of you that are flash sensitive, when the music stops, the flash stops because it is a bit flashy. And we are going to DEFCON red in 3, 2, 1. Lolly asked where people sat in the bleachers at the varsity basketball game at 6:30 in the evening before everybody went to CF McCarthy's and the waterfall. If I'm the defense, I'm like, you know what? I've got a minute. We're going to do the whole thing. All of it. All of it. And he's just going to let there sit there and
Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked when you testified no fewer than 12 times
12.
what my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene?
Oh, they were prepared for that. You were asked 12 times what she said. Was I ever asked, ma'am? You read your transcript. You know damn well you were asked and you still answered that. Wow. How'd you not see the way this was going to go? You know why? Because at the grand juries, there's no defense attorney. You're not cross-examined at a grand jury.
At the scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
My question is, isn't it true that in April of 2022, you testified no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride on the leading up to go into the scene? You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at,
Mhm.
these should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number two, on page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene, Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Good
Yes.
inflection.
Page 193, lines 1 through 2. You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she have hit him? You were relaying that, meaning could I have hit him?
He's going to go
Correct.
each time.
Correct.
Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she's asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2.
This is
While
more
driving to
powerful than if she had
Fairview-
just said no.
She asked the question, could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him?
She set
And went
this
on to
up.
ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208 that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Where in there does it say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? The testimony about her saying it to another woman in front of the female paramedic is consistent with what Katie McLaughlin testified to. Do you believe in this testimony that that's consistent with what Karen Reed was yelling that morning? Because all of the testimony that's in so far from my perspective is that Karen Reed was fucking panicked and was trying to figure out what happened. Anyone who has been panicked can attest to how much you will say to try to figure out what the fuck is happening in a confusing situation. It seems that this morning was a confusing situation, but this testimony in April is, could I have hit him? Which all seems like someone trying to figure out what the fuck happened and if they're responsible if they dropped someone off. Or does it seem like a confession to you? And here's why I'm not looking at this as a confession. Because no one did that morning. No one. Police let Karen Reed leave the scene. They knew he was not called yet, but they knew that John O'Keefe was deceased. Law enforcement did. And they let Karen Reed leave the scene as if she was someone who was grieving and under stress, not as if she was someone who just confessed to hitting someone with a vehicle. And then they put her on a psych hold. So how do we get to here? How? Okay.
That's 12 times that you reiterated under oath, under penalty of perjury, in April of 2022, what my client's statements were, either at the scene or leading up to getting to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him, correct?
How did this case
Correct.
become my cousin
Not
Vinny?
one time in that testimony did you say she declared,
Crystal
I hit
clear.
him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we
You're
were
doubling
driving in the
down?
car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
So you believe that you weren't asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? And if you're
That
not asked the question,
parsing's not
did she
gonna
say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You're not going to volunteer that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's your testimony.
No, that's not.
Your testimony.
My testimony is an officer was asking her what his name was
An officer
and
or
different
an
things about him.
ambulance
And
driver?
at that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
It was the
I
paramedic.
do not recall.
It was the
When you
paramedic.
called me, I hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her questions. And her answer was, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead?
Mhm.
Is that right?
That is correct.
That
But-
might have been a good time to offer up that she confessed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit
She's
him,
offered
right?
a lot of
Objection.
testimony here.
Sustained as to that form.
Ms. McCabe, the truth of the matter is you've manufactured this new story for this jury because you think it helps you out.
Absolutely not.
Lots of absolutelys.
You called 911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 is already.
Yeah, can we listen to it?
I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay.
I want to hear Karen Reed screaming in the background of the 911 tape. That would be at 6:01 because there is truth to Karen Reed's behavior at the scene. Everyone testified that she was absolutely panicked and screaming.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 1:30 to 1:45. If you can give it 2 seconds and pause it. Yes. Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
That appear to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate recording of the 911 call that you made that morning?
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Go ahead and play, starting at runtime 1:30.
This is so hard to hear.
46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and
Stop. Was that you?
Yes, that
I heard
was.
something about a car.
911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what did you just say?
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
He got out of the car,
Mhm.
is what you said, correct?
Yes,
And this was at 6:03 in the morning, correct?
correct.
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Chris Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Julie Albert.
Correct.
You hadn't talked to anybody at this point other than Carrie Roberts, correct?
And Karen Reed.
And my client.
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did, because Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
No, she didn't.
Your words were, he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
You testified on Friday that she said she left him at the waterfall. Just saying.
Did you make any other calls other than to 911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not
Her
sure.
sister's Nicole Albert,
You claim that
the homeowner,
your sister didn't answer.
34 Fairview.
Right?
She did not answer.
Did Chloe? Because somebody did.
But you do know that your phone extraction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you
Absolutely not.
are sure about that, as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times, right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
Alan, the judge is going to yell at you about the snark again with the seriously and the perfect. Because who are we going to believe at this point? Them or the phone records whenever they come in?
That's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you are sure about that, as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times, right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit.
You know why you call someone twice, chat?
This may be as good a time as any to take a break. If you wish, I just have to
Guess
speed it
with
up.
me.
It's up to you. I don't mind.
Why do you call twice? If somebody has do not disturb on, the double calls will get answered. We haven't even gotten to how long to die in the snow yet. What are y'all thinking about this cross-examination? As the jury goes out, I'm going to zoom, and then I'm going to answer some questions. Oh, baby. Do you also notice how much the defense attorneys use the change in tone and volume to make their points? It is so interesting to me that Lolly, I don't know if I've ever seen an attorney as monotone as Lolly. I'm not going to say that litigators have a flair for the dramatic, but most litigators don't hate being the center of attention when they're cross-examining. It's fun. Jurors are looking at you, you're proving your case, and there is a verbal situation happening to try to ascertain the truth of a thing. It is unlike anything else. Litigators tend to have a flair for the dramatic. But Lolly is so monotone. The entire time, it all runs together. It starts to sound, and this is not meant to be offensive to Lolly. I am more offended by the what if anything. But for my brain, it starts to go into like Charlie Brown teacher mode where it all sounds the same. It's all just bland. You got to change a volume, change a tone, change a pace. And that is a matter of comfort and experience. But, what do I know? I only did a lot of trials. I didn't make the trial advocacy team, though, in law school. You want to know why, Chad? They thought I was a bit too dramatic. Accurate. But I wasn't in a jury trial. I did get in trouble once for saying "you guys" to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. But I also looked at the judge and I was like, we're in Southern California, right? Like, it's the y'all of the jury. We're going to get to some questions while they are on their morning break. I'm going to try to summarize real quick because they're still on the morning break and we're all caught up, as we do. While we are at the morning break of day 15, Tuesday, what even day is it? Tuesday, May 21st of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Jen McCabe is on the stand under a vigorous cross-examination from Alan Jackson. While there have definitely been points where the two are sparring and Jen McCabe wanted to be the one asking the questions, Alan did have his Camille Vasquez moment, are like, no, I'm asking the questions. That's how this works. The points that I've taken away from the cross-examination that were most impactful to me, other than the overall tone and demeanor of the cross-examination, was that Jen McCabe in prior testimony said that when she was texting to ask John O'Keefe where he was, she was going to the door or the windows, not to the windows to the walls, chat, to the door or to the windows, looking at the SUV, texting, "Where are you? Hello?" and that sort of thing, which makes sense just from a human behavior logic. If you are waiting and now the defense has put a timeline on it, anchored on the text messages, which is very helpful because we have something that has a timeline that is not someone's memory, but anchored on the text messages, 19-ish minutes that the SUV is outside of Fairview. And she's texting, "Here, pull behind me, hello," and is going back and looking at the SUV while texting John O'Keefe. So we now have a period of time where she has gone and looked at the SUV, and her testimony on cross-examination was 6 times in a course of 18 to 19 minutes. And in that time, she never saw John O'Keefe hit. She never saw the SUV back up. She never heard anything, never heard a collision, never saw anything out of the ordinary. And then when she looked back out and the SUV was gone, she saw nothing in the yard and was very evasive about the fact that she wasn't looking at the yard. She was looking out at the street. Keeping in mind this house is up several steps, so not only does she have the high ground, but an unobstructed view of the yard. So Alan Jackson got into a cross-examination about peripheral vision, and if there was an alligator in the well, you are testifying and looking at me, wouldn't you see it though? The point was made. The judge did sustain an objection. It was a bit argumentative, but, as alligators in courtroom are wont to do. So how many times she looked out the window and did not see an accident was helpful timing, I think, in how this case is moving forward. Then we started getting into her state grand jury. But Alan was talking about what happened when she got home from Fairview and then switched gears. And you could see the witness waiting for the question about how long to die in the snow and what she was doing on her phone when she got home. And he switched gears back to the grand jury testimony. And it seems, and I am very curious what happens on redirect with the prosecutor on this, it seems that at the grand jury for the state in April 2022, just a few months after John O'Keefe died, that she never said in testimony that Karen Reed said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." And Alan Jackson went through 12 different points in the testimony where she was being asked about what Karen Reed said. And Jen McCabe was testifying to versions of, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And one said, "You never said," she said, "I hit him." And her response to that was, well, I don't really know if I was asked in all of this if she said that. So on redirect, it'll be very interesting to see if there is more to that testimony, or if that testimony is as it appears to be, which is 12 different times she testified about what Karen Reed said, and every single time was a version of, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And there was much testimony about where Brian Higgins' mystery Jeep is and whether or not at this point it's invisible. So that is the morning of day 15. We are now starting to get into the answered calls that show answered on the phone but don't show answered in reality, or no, in testimony. It's not reality, it's testimony at this point, where there are phone records from the extraction of Jem McCabe's phone that shows that she called her sister, Nicole Albert, and the call was answered. And she's like, absolutely, I did not talk to my sister at 6:07, 6:08 that morning. And Alan Jackson asked a very good question, I think. So you're as sure that you didn't talk to your sister as you are that Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And that's where we left off cross-examination. Let's get to your questions because I know that you have them. I've seen them rolling in all morning. And, to celebrate that, we apparently binged. We're at 759,000 subscribers. Thank you. At some point, my 12-year-old who shades me for not being a real YouTuber because there is a K letter after my subscriber number, not an M letter after my subscriber number, which is now becoming a running family joke. We're moving, Griffin. We're working on it, buddy. Oh, it binged. Move your head. Ah! So we're going to get to your questions and your super chats. They are still on the morning break. So for those of you asking who answered the phone, I don't know. I'm interested to see if the phone expert has clarification about whether or not those answered calls could have gone to voicemail. But she was like, I did not talk to my sister. This is a great question from Diane Hartnett in the chat. Do you think Alan is being too assertive? I mean, I think aggressive is where we're at on this cross-examination, but do I think he's being too aggressive? There were points where he was making much out of what seemed like the witness being confused and not evasive. And he was trying to put words in her mouth, I thought, about the Life 360 being accurate. She described it as a GPS. She said it's a good tracker, it's a parenting tool, but she didn't describe it as accurate. He was trying to nail her down on saying it was accurate. And she's like, I didn't say that it was accurate. Some of those points I felt were a little heavy-handed because there were so many other points. And this is the thing. You can't make everything something. Some of these points, she didn't say it was accurate. She said it was a good tracker. Fine. Bring a witness to talk about the accuracy of Life 360 or whatever. There is so much else going on with this witness. It's like when the defense is hammered about Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at the bar and whether they were practicing fighting techniques or fucking around with one another. Trying to make a ton out of that interaction feels overdrawn. What doesn't feel overdrawn is the fact that the cell phones were just gone the day before a preservation order came down. That seems like a big fucking deal. So there are moments where it feels like if you reach for everything, you're going to grab nothing. It depends on how the jury feels about these attorneys. And it depends on how the jury feels about the witness. If the jury feels that the witness is being evasive, the jury might be sitting there going, yeah, get her. Like, I want to hear exactly what it is. Do it. If the jury's sitting there going, why are you yelling at this woman this morning? Then it's not going to go quite the same way. And it's hard to know without seeing the responses to things over the amount of time. But these attorneys have all spent, prosecution included, a fair bit of time in court, and they should know how to read a jury. And in being able to read a jury, they should see if they're losing the jury on going too hard. Dick Harpootlian addressed this in his opening statement, I thought fairly well. And in his opening statement, he said, there will be times you don't like me. and I am doing my job. He addressed it head on. And there were times where we're like, oh my God, Pooch, shut up. And there were times that he was too aggressive, but he put it out there in opening. There's going to be times you don't like me. The defense in their opening here said, wait for our case. But there are times Alan does come in like a wrecking ball, and it might, I don't know if it will resonate with the jury or not, or if they will like Yannetti's style better, or if they will feel that it's warranted if they feel the witness is being evasive. I like how Yannetti's style builds. And I like how Yannetti's style doesn't get hot with a witness until there's a reason to. Alan does not start off friendly. He just comes in like a wrecking ball. He does not at all start friendly. He could, he doesn't. He's like, I'm not friends with these people. So it just depends, because there's times it can be off-putting, but there's times when it's appropriate. When the witness is being evasive, you're like, I'm sorry, ma'am, that's not at all what he said. And when he's like, no, you need to answer my question, there's times when you're like, When he was crossing Colin Albert, there's times at the beginning it felt way too heavy-handed to me. But then when Colin Albert was talking about Superman punching the ground to catch himself when he was sliding, and Alan was like, seriously? I think everybody's brain said the same thing. Everybody's brain went, but seriously. But that's like, not, that's seriously. I think there is a good balance between Jackson and Yannetti in this case. We will see how the jury feels. This is always the risk you run when having lawyers not from the jurisdiction. There are things that the lawyers will not know about the people that live in the area, about the area itself. We are just about to get back to court, so I'm going to pull that up, and we will go back to court. I'm going to pull in some more questions as we're going, but this works perfectly because my husband is calling, even though he knows I'm streaming. So we're going to see what Dr. B needs for a second.
You are unmuted.
Thanks, baby. See you for the session.
So, Mr. Jackson, is it all queued up, or do we need we need the witness, but were there any questions first, or were you just going to the video? Okay.
Dr. B is picking up something for me at Target. I forgot to send him the barcode and add his name to the order. My bad. I love that we're just going to the video. Roll the tape.
Okay.
Yannetti is local.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jackson is not.
McCabe, I want to go back very briefly to something you said just before we broke, and that was in respect of the scene. You said, well, there was an officer possibly asking questions, or it could have been a female EMT, and I wasn't answering questions.
Devlin, congratulations, and congratulations to your husband.
Hence, you didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Can you be clear on your question?
Before we broke a few minutes ago, you had said,
Not much.
The reason I didn't say,
So
I hit him, I
quiet.
hit him, I hit him, is because I was never asked. And the subject never came up about what an officer asked her when she declared that. So I just didn't offer it. And then you said, or it could have been an EMT.
Yes, I'm unclear who was there.
Isn't it true that at the grand jury, the question that was posed to you, and this is counsel page 208, of the grand jury. The question that was posed to you is, quote, so what happens next with yourself, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. Reed? And your answer was, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. At one point, I'm standing with Ms. Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me and listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. Remember that testimony?
I do.
So in point of fact, you were answering the direct question about what happened in front of the police officer and the EMT, correct?
There were multiple police officers and multiple EMTs present.
Ma'am, that's not going to
Now
work.
this is another police officer and a different EMT.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But nowhere in this did you say that she declared the words, I hit him, correct? We agree on that.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have a,
Correct.
I would like to
That's
have
what it
Mark
is.
Adams
Correct.
next in order for
Okay.
question. May I approach?
Yes.
For those of you that have watched a number of trials on this channel or elsewhere, you will see the different styles in cross-examination with different lawyers. Some lawyers
Thank you.
tee up the moment and you're like, are you going to deliver? And then you're like, wah, wah. And it just kind of fades. This team has been very good at bringing the receipts and being like, but no.
And ask the witness a couple of questions about it.
And when the witness wiggles,
It's audio only.
they do not. They don't stop. If the witness is going to wiggle, this defense team is like, we will be here all day. We live here now until we finish this. If you are going to talk in circles, we are going to re-ask and re-ask and re-ask until you answer the question. They are tenacious. Others sometimes will get frustrated and give up the question. That has not happened in this trial, like at all. That sounds like Karen screaming Carrie. I believe that Karen Reed was screaming at people.
You saw that? Mr. McCabe, I've paused the audio tape just to ask you a couple of foundational questions. Do you recognize what's on that audio tape?
Yes, that is my voice.
Okay. You recognize you starting a 911 call, correct?
Correct.
Similar to the call we just listened to a few minutes ago, which was the actual 911 call, correct?
What's the difference between the two of them?
I'm about to explain it. It's a confusing question, and I apologize.
Do you see the difference in demeanor when she's actually confused about a question? It was like, wait, what do you mean? Right.
This appears to be a open voicemail overhearing your 911 call. Do you recognize that?
Now that you explain it, okay.
You hear a rhythmic boom, 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 boom.
The windshield wipers.
Okay, so that was my next question. That would have been an open voicemail that was recorded inside the cab of the SUV that you were seated in, correct?
Correct.
Overhearing you call 911 and overhearing whatever else was going on, ambient noise at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Does that sound like a true and correct copy of at least a portion of the 911 call that you heard?
I wonder where that came from.
I have to listen to it again, but
Now that she knows what it is,
Why
I
don't we
do too.
continue listening to it and see if you recognize
okay.
Yeah, I'm so
it.
confused.
With your permission?
Yes.
It's about, by the way, it's about 4 minutes in total, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's so hard to hear.
Pause it. Do you hear a person in the background screaming?
Yes.
Who is that?
Miss Reed.
I'll go ahead and put this.
So hard to hear. The thumping is apparently windshield wipers.
Ms. McCabe, did you hear the audio recording that we just marked into evidence?
I did. It was very muffled and some parts were very hard to understand.
Understood.
Mhm.
The person on the phone, who was that person?
I called 911.
And the person that was, for the most part, the person's voice that you could hear screaming, sounding sort of hysterical, who was that?
Karen.
Could you also hear Carrie Roberts' voice at various times in the background?
Yes.
And she was, for lack of a better word, trying to calm Karen down.
Yes.
And at some point telling her to sort of just shut up. You're not helping.
Yeah, she doesn't
Yes,
agree.
exactly.
Because
She
was
doesn't agree that she was trying to calm her down. She agrees that she was trying to shut her up. I don't know where that voicemail came from. I don't know if we'll get more clarification on that. I hope we do. But it absolutely tracks with some of the testimony. Some of you don't believe anything this witness says. Some of you believe some of it. Some of you may believe all of it. But the screaming Carrie's name and John's name and Jen's name has been consistent across every witness that talked about the distress that Karen Reed was under that morning. Just absolute sheer panic. And I think that comes across clearly, even if the words are hard to make out.
so hysterical and so upset.
Erratic.
I want to play the rest of this. It appears that this recording is longer than your 911 call. You would agree with that?
Well, I'd have to see.
Well, the 911 call is already ended, correct?
I'm not sure how long was the 911 call.
Are you still
This is
talking?
about 3.5 minutes into a 4-minute recording.
This is,
My only question is,
chat, this is not from the cop car. She is sitting inside Carrie Roberts' Explorer or Expedition or whichever large SUV, calling 911, but something else is recording a voicemail. So either Karen's phone or Carrie's phone is recording this voicemail in that SUV while she is talking to 911. So this is a phone recording it, but we don't know which one yet because she's being confronted. Do you hear yourself on this talking to 911 and then capturing all of the sound?
would you agree that the 911 call is subsumed within this full 4-minute recording?
I couldn't make that from that muffled.
You couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell. So if you have my phone record, you could, I'm assuming, tell
Chat.
when the 911 call ended, because I know the 911 call was long because there were multiple, they had transferred me multiple times.
Right.
Whose phone it's from
My
is not in
question to you is,
evidence.
I'd like you to listen very, very closely, and I know that it is a muffled recording by
Mhm.
definition. I'm not going to do that.
So chat, it's not in evidence where it
This
came
going
from yet.
forward, I want you to pay very close attention. I want to ask you if you hear a voice, very muffled, toward the end of this recording. We can play it with your permission.
Yes.
Stop. Did you hear a muffled voice in the foreground after you heard Ms. Reed scream or yell?
I heard two people talking.
Okay. And one of those was a very muffled voice on this recording, correct?
Most of the recording was muffled.
The one I'm talking about is I just played the voice that was muffled in the foreground of the audio recording, for want of a better phrase.
Yes, I heard that, yes.
Was that you?
I don't know if that was me.
There was nobody else in the cab of the car with you, was there?
I was standing at the trunk of the car. outside of the car.
Carrie Roberts was over by Mr. O'Keefe,
Agree. Yes, they were kind of running back and forth at times.
and Karen was over by Mr. O'Keefe for most of that.
Yes,
But you were the one by the car.
back and forth. Hmm.
You called Nicole, your sister. By the way, did we finish playing this just for? Okay, thank you.
The windshield wipers are so fucking ominous.
Okay, that appears to be the end of the tape.
Okay.
Okay. You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me,
Does that sound about right?
approximately.
And you made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice, yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, correct?
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Well, you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right?
Yep.
You were asked this question at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes.
And
And
you were shown phone records?
well, if you have them, I could see them here.
You were shown phone records then?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you were confronted with the fact that the phone records show a 7-second call for 6:07, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to strike the word confronted. Go ahead and ask.
I'll pick another
Go
word.
ahead and
You
ask the
were-
question.
You were shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds?
My sister never answered the phone.
Okay. I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah.
I'd like it if you'd answer my question.
Yes,
Were you
Camille
shown
Vasquez.
records that showed
My
the
questions.
call lasted 7 seconds?
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown, but
Would
I
it
was
refresh your
shown a
recollection?
phone record.
Okay. And you were shown that the same phone record showed that the 6:08 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
About right. And there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute.
Your phone mysteriously
So the two
answers.
calls at 6:07 and 6:08, at least the records indicate about 15 seconds worth of open line time, talk time. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, right?
You have the record in front of you. I don't.
I'm just asking if you were.
He's asking if you remember.
If you were, there's that word again. If you were shown records that established that based on your own phone extraction, your phone records, that the 6:07 call, 7-second call, the 6:08 call was an 8-second call, right?
I was shown records, but I don't know exactly what they were, how long the call said, because she never answered the phone regardless.
You
And that's what
also
she's caught on.
made another phone call at 6:23, did you not? To Brian Albert?
Yes, Miss
If
Donisha,
you
we
had
did
could
manifest.
share my phone record, it would be very helpful.
Camille
Do you
Vasquez.
recall it?
He doesn't want to
I know I
share it.
called my sister and I called my brother-in-law in the house. I do not know the exact times.
That's all I'm asking. You made a phone call to Brian Albert as well, right?
I believe so.
That was
The thing that makes the most sense in the world is if you are outside your sister's house to call her on repeat to be like, yo, we're at your house. Karen is screaming. We don't know what happened to John. I need you to put on a jacket and get the fuck out into your front yard. Like, the most normal response in the world is to be blowing up her sister's phone on repeat in between dealing with the rest of this. But she never answered. Okay.
around 6:23,
Okay.
a few minutes after you had called Nicole twice, right?
Correct.
And that call was not answered.
None of them were answered.
But the record showed that call was not answered, as opposed to Nicole's 2 calls, right?
Right.
Okay. The calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement, weren't they?
Not by me.
somebody else?
By who?
I never deleted any calls when I willingly handed my phone over.
After
You
the
claim
calls
that
were
you didn't
deleted.
delete calls, but you do know that your phone was forensically analyzed and those calls were in the deleted file folder, correct?
Oh, bitch.
I have seen that, but there were 20 calls all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few makes it look a different way.
Okay, so we'll get
That's
to
not the
those.
question.
I'm not cherry picking anything, okay?
Mhm.
I'm asking you questions about the records.
Which I would love a copy of if I could see.
We'll get to that in a second.
No, you don't get to.
I'm just going by your memory. You've seen these records.
Ma'am, you are not the cat in this scenario. And the thing is, the defense theory of the case is that you and your family are deeply involved in determining what the narrative is going to be, what people are going to say. The defense has said getting stories straight. And how you act on the stand is either going to play into the defense's theory of the case or dispute the defense's theory of the case. I would just ponder that when the defense says that she wanted to know everything and was demanding screenshots from people, after watching this, the jury is going to be like, that tracks. She's like, I would love a copy of that. Right. Well, you had a chance to prepare for your testimony. You don't get to tell him how to run his cross. And it's not going to go well when their argument is that you wanted to be in control of this situation, because your behavior on the stand seems to track with at least that theory of the case that you wanted to know. The defense asked 2 witnesses if you said you were investigating the case. Ma'am.
Records a bunch of times. You've been questioned about these records a bunch of times, right?
Boy.
Yes.
So
You remember also, okay, I'm almost done. I swear. I'm going to let you finish. I swear. But also, she's like, I don't remember. I don't remember if it said 6 seconds. I don't remember if it said 8 seconds. I don't remember. I didn't delete anything from my phone. I don't remember. I don't remember. But then, no, there were 20 calls that were all deleted, and you cherry picking them makes it look a different way. Do you remember the records or do you not remember the records? Because you sure remember that it's a group of 20 deleted calls, not just 2. So do you not remember? Or do you remember exactly?
we know that you called at 6:07, 6:08, or thereabouts, and about 6:23. 2 to Nicole, 1 to Brian, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that notwithstanding those phone calls, by the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail?
I never leave a
Was it
voicemail.
into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock, and I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up
Who else did
because it was a
Who else did you call?
hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around, and what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Oh, I don't think anybody's forgotten that.
Mm-hmm.
You, in fact, did not leave voicemails for any of those 3 calls, did you?
Again, I don't have my phone record in front of me.
And that's because Nicole didn't get any voicemails because the calls were answered, right?
The calls were not answered.
You do agree with me that
As he gets into, you do agree with me. You remember who, I'm just saying, the person who seems to be the most upset about John O'Keefe laying on the ground is Karen Reed, who ran to him, tried to give him CPR, ended up covered in his blood, and tried, it seems, to warm him up by laying on him body to body. So
Brian and Nicole Albert Brian Albert being a police officer never came out of the house, right?
It's the
Correct.
most
Neither did any
confusing
neighbor.
situation ever.
I know you'd like to continue editorializing.
Oh, the judge. Here she
Probably
comes.
a time and a place for it. This isn't it. If you can answer my question, I'd ask that you do that.
He needs to just tell
Brian
her
Albert, come out
she'll
of
have
the
a
house.
chance.
No.
He needs to just say you'll have a chance at redirect for Mr. Lally to ask you whatever you want. But he's pointing out to the jury the editorializing. Nobody needs it pointed out. It's clear as fucking day. But she said no neighbor came out. John O'Keefe wasn't on anyone else's lawn, ma'am.
You editorializing
Mhm.
after the fact. There's probably a time and a place for it. This isn't it. If you can answer my question, I'd ask that you do that. Did Brian Albert come out of the house?
No.
Did Nicole Albert come out of the house?
No.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you forget that this attorney also represented Harvey Weinstein. Like, you're just not going to play with him, right?
How many of the initial police officers from Canton
Prosecuted
Police
Phil
Department
Spector,
who
like, you're
responded
not-
to the scene were you friends with?
You're not going to rattle this man.
I would say I am friendly with Mike Lank. He was 5 years older than me. I knew him growing up. If I saw him around town, I would say, "Hey, how are you?" Pretty much that's the extent.
Anybody else other than Mike Lank that you were friends with?
Not that I am friends with. I knew of Officer Sean Good, but I wouldn't say I was friends with him. I just knew who he was.
And you also knew that Officer Lank was very good friends with the Albert family.
Good friends, yes.
I mean, it seems that he walked
You
to
knew
their
that
house.
Mike Lank and Chris Albert had a long-standing friendship, correct?
Correct.
You just indicated you also knew Officer Good. Is that right?
Didn't know him. I said I knew of him.
Okay. With regard to names like Seraph, Mulaney, not so much.
Seraph has a sister that's the same age as my sister, but I had never, to my knowledge, met Seraph.
And of all the officers
The
who
small
responded
town
to
of
the
it all.
scene, the two who actually went inside the Albert home
We're good and Link.
to talk to Brian Albert and others was, in fact, Mike Lank and Officer Good.
I don't remember Officer Good in the house. I only remember Officer Lank.
Didn't Good go
The
back to
reason you
talk
know
to
that,
her?
the reason you have a memory of what was happening inside the house is because you were allowed to actually go into that home, correct?
Correct.
And you went into that home before any of the officers went into the
She
home.
was asked.
Is that right?
Correct.
You were allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
I woke Brian Albert up.
Were you allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you were allowed to have private conversations with your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
And that was before the police ever went in
Surprised
to do
she's
any
not parsing
formal
that.
interviews of you,
It's true.
Brian, or Nicole, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss in these private conversations how you three were going to answer any questions for the police when you were asked?
No.
Did you talk about what you were going to say in any respect?
We were in shock. There was
Yes or
no. No.
Did you talk about what Brian and Nicole were going to say in their interviews with the police?
No.
Did Brian Albert give you any advice as a police detective what you should do or say when you were interviewed?
No.
Did he give you any advice as a police detective what you should?
That surprises me. Like, it surprises me that he wouldn't just say to her, tell them everything you remember, but just what you remember. Don't assume, don't speculate. Tell them what you remember. Tell them what happened. Tell them the truth. Give them everything you can remember. And if you're unclear, tell them that too. It's surprising to me that it wouldn't be some level of just tell them what you remember. Because then why would you have your brother-in-law come to your house if you were nervous about speaking with Trooper Proctor to lend support and he what, doesn't say anything to you? It would, okay.
Do with your cell phone?
No.
Did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
No.
Did you two discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
No.
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made that early morning?
Absolutely not.
And there's the
Would
absolutely
you tell
not.
us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Did you tell him which
Just gonna let
officers
that
were
hang.
outside?
I don't recall.
Did you tell him that Officer Lang specifically, friend of the Alberts, was outside?
I don't recall.
And then your husband, Matt McCabe, arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
He was allowed to come in the house as well, right?
I believe Officer Lank was in the house before Matt came
That's
into
not
the
the
house.
question. Was he allowed to come into the house? That's not the
And
question.
a little bit later that morning,
Boy.
Julie Albert came over, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, Officer Lank, after just a few minutes, then left the house, correct?
Correct.
Leaving all the witnesses inside together.
Correct.
And I can't remember if I
To be fair, I don't think Lank thought that any of them were witnesses. No one seemed to treat this as if anyone was witnesses. No one seemed to treat this as if it was a crime scene, which again leads me to wonder and have a lot of questions if anyone heard Karen Reed say, "I hit him," and if she did say that without qualifying it on one way or the other, if anyone took it as anything more than her continuing to freak out.
asked this question and just thought it out loud. Did Julie Albert come over?
She did.
And then Chris came over.
Yes.
Even Brian Higgins came over.
Correct.
These are all friends and
Was he in
family
the
of
Jeep?
yours, correct?
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you consider him a friend.
A friend of Brian Albert's is how I would reference him.
Did
Fair
you
enough.
know?
So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
I want to know if she knows about any connection
And
between Karen and
everyone
Higgins,
was permitted
because they're
to
friends.
discuss the circumstances of the evening before going into the early morning hours with each other with no police there, correct?
Yep.
I sat with my
Yeah.
family in shock and horror.
Were you allowed to discuss the circumstances
Ma'am, did your accent just get thicker? I imagine that is going to be a meme.
and family of Brian Albert?
Correct.
And everyone was permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before going into the early morning hours with each other with no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
Were you allowed to discuss the circumstances of the night before going into the early morning hours
Of course they
amongst
were.
yourselves without any police presence? Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be allowed or not allowed. We did nothing wrong.
Understand my question? Did you get it?
Yes, I understand your
Did
question.
you answer it, yes or no?
She
Were
takes
you
issue.
allowed, that group of folks,
Mhm.
were you allowed to discuss the case without a police presence?
Yes.
Okay.
She took issue with the word allowed to discuss. She's
So
like, we
you
weren't
listened
being
during
investigated for
that
anything.
Friends and family gathering, you listened to what Brian Albert had to say, correct?
He didn't really say much.
He was able to listen to what you had to say?
Again, you're creating a scene that didn't happen.
Anything, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking some questions.
I'm waiting for Alan Jackson to yell, this isn't a scene, it's a goddamn arm race. But he is pointing at the investigation. She is pointing that they are not under investigation. At this point, I would love him to lean into that because that is kind of the point of the defense's theory. Exactly. No one's investigating you. No one's asking you questions. No one's treating you like you witnessed anything. No one's treating this like a scene at all. But I don't doubt that her family was shocked. There's a lot going on this morning. But isn't that the defense's point? That law enforcement was like, oh, okay, so nothing to see here. Bye. I mean, that's on law enforcement, but that's kind of the whole point.
Correct?
He didn't really say much.
He was able to listen to what you had to say?
Again, You're creating a scene that didn't happen.
Anything, Ms. McCabe. I'm asking some questions that you don't seem to want to answer.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so let's ask a question and let's get an answer.
She doesn't seem to want
Yes
to
or
answer.
no?
Yes or
Brian
no?
Albert there within earshot, and you discussed your version of what had happened.
I didn't discuss much. I sat there in shock and horror, so I spoke very little, to be honest with you.
But what little you did speak, he could hear.
Yes,
And Nicole could hear.
yes.
And Chris Albert could hear.
Chris came much later.
And your husband, Matt McCabe, he could hear.
Yes,
Okay. And then when Chris is talking,
Everyone
about
was
what
together.
happened at Waterfall, you could hear and Brian could hear. In other words, everybody could hear everybody.
Chris came much later. When Chris came, I was almost about to leave.
I'm guessing that the topic of what had happened was still on everybody's mind.
I would
Everybody was
imagine.
trying to figure out what had happened.
And you're discussing it amongst
And 4 weeks into trial, and same. Everyone, all 30,000 of us in the chat, are trying to figure out what happened. This cross might go all morning.
yourselves. That's my point.
With my sister and my brother-in-law and my husband. Correct.
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Who's him?
Kevin Albert.
Kevin,
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
Because you said another Albert came over, and I was
6 brothers.
told later it was Kevin.
I see.
you were
So
told.
you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there.
I was in a state of shock. He may have
I'm
walked
asking-
in.
I'm asking, do you remember?
I don't remember it. No,
He could have been.
he could have been. Absolutely.
And you knew he was a Canton police officer.
Yes.
You had already gotten a call from Michael Proctor, hadn't you?
Yes.
He told you he wanted to speak with you.
Correct.
So you knew at that point that the Massachusetts State Police troopers had taken over the investigation of the case, correct?
Correct.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that?
Wait, you're talking too fast, Alan. Me. The hypocrisy. I really need to know the time of when Trooper Proctor called her, and this is just I am just stuck on this because it's odd to me that state police, when Scariff or Lank or Good, one of them called state police and was like, hey, are you going to investigate this? State police was like, hard pass. There is not a decedent yet, because at that point, the victim had not been declared because the hospital was still ensuring that he was not just hypothermic before they declared him deceased. So I'm wondering at what point state police agreed to take over this investigation and why no one just waited for state police to agree. It seemed like that was a foregone conclusion and instead collected everything in red Solo cups. Like, are we talking an hour? 7 hours? Like, why are we collecting things in red Solo cup and leaf blowing the scene if 20 minutes later state police is going to be like, this is our scene now? I'm very curious about the timing.
With you.
Correct.
So you knew at that point that the Massachusetts State Police troopers had taken over the investigation of the case, correct?
Correct.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that the Canton Police Department had been recused from the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it a different way. Did you have knowledge in any way, shape, form, or fashion, at that point, that Canton Police Department was not supposed to be involved in the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
He asked, did she
Speaking
know?
of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him, that was January 29th, 2022. We've already discussed that a little bit today, correct?
Correct.
And he was taking notes while you were interviewing with him. Is that right?
I believe so.
You mentioned on Friday your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
Correct.
You told Mr. Lally that you indicated that the taillight looked, and you saw it just like the photograph that he showed you, correct?
I told him it was hard to make out and with the snow on it, but it looked in the picture that he showed.
He showed you a second photo, a close-up,
Mhm.
basically, of the SUV and a Sally port.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you said, yeah, that's the condition of the taillight, correct?
Yes.
You also told Trooper Proctor about your observations of the taillight on that same day, the 29th, right?
Correct.
That's literally the same day that you saw the taillight, correct?
Correct.
Just a few hours later. Is that right?
What did she
Correct.
say to Trooper
And what you
Proctor?
told Trooper Proctor that day was that you, quote, saw a crack in it, end quote, correct?
I told him that the taillight was cracked.
That's different than
Matter of
missing.
fact, the words that you used were that you saw.
Cracked
I'm
is
not-
different.
I'm not fighting you on those words. You saw that it was cracked. You actually said, I saw a crack in it, correct?
That's what he said I said. I'm telling you, I said the taillight was cracked.
So this is another example of him screwing up your words, correct?
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
So I'm asking you, did you say,
What did you
I
say?
saw a crack in it?
I said the taillight was cracked.
So you didn't say, I saw a crack in it, right?
I said the taillight was cracked.
The photograph that you were shown, with the court's permission,
However, I said the taillight was cracked versus a police report that said she saw a crack in the taillight is not different. Like, we're not making fetch happen. She said it was cracked. He said she saw a crack. Crack. Stop. This is not fetch. Crack is very different than giant missing chunks. Can we just focus on that? Like, missing
Exhibit 92.
and cracked are not the same.
Okay.
But the semantics of the police report and her statement are
you see this
just
photograph, you were shown this photograph on Friday.
frustrating.
Does that look like, does it like has a crack
That's
in it?
not cracked.
It's cracked. Yes.
What?
It's actually
Missing.
completely missing.
How do you
Yeah.
define cracked?
And I believe in one of the reports, one of the many reports, it will say that I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Right. Does that look like it's cracked and missing pieces, or does that look like the entirety of the taillight is basically gone?
Again, in that picture, there are the red pieces. There are some of it still there. So it's cracked and missing. In a state of shock, that was my description.
Got it. So in a state of shock, you said there was a crack in it.
No,
Hours after,
I said it was cracked. I never said there was a crack in it.
so if Trooper
Oh my
Proctor
God.
wrote that down, that would be an example of him getting your words wrong yet again,
Objection.
correct?
That's been answered. Let's move along.
That is that's answered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Again, that's not a crack.
I want to get back to January 29th.
That's missing.
That interview with Trooper Proctor.
But yes, he's needling
After
her
this-
over a point that
Interview with Michael Lank, you eventually made your way back to your house. Is that right?
Yes.
You went with your husband, Matt,
Yes.
and you knew that Trooper Proctor was going to show up and interview you and Matt, Mr. McCabe, correct?
On the phone, he wanted to speak with me.
did you know?
Is that yes?
So I wasn't aware. He asked to speak with me. I wasn't aware if he was going to speak with Matt.
Okay. You were at least aware that you were going to be interviewed.
Correct.
You told Brian Albert that Trooper Proctor was planning on interviewing you as well.
Correct.
Before Trooper Proctor showed up to conduct that interview at your house, Brian Albert actually showed up at your house, correct?
Correct.
So Brian Albert made sure that he was in your home before Trooper Proctor made it to your house, correct?
Objection.
Distinct.
That calls for speculation. That's fair. Trinity in the chat said this is a long cross. I imagine this will go most of the day.
Was in your
This seems to be, and the defense will know this better than we will because we only have what's been presented so far because we're trying to watch this patiently as the jury, but 4 weeks in, I am starting to get less than patient. And I am trying to check that, but I have so many questions, but it seems that, and the defense would know if this is true or not because they have the entire investigation and all the grand juries, but it seems that this is one of the state's key witnesses and one of the witnesses that ties together everything Karen Reed said she did and said that day. So I imagine this will be one of the longest crosses of this case, her and Carrie Roberts. And I mean, there's about another hour left of court today that this will go the rest of the morning.
Home before Trooper Proctor was in your home. Is that right?
I am not sure who arrived first.
But he was there when you were interviewed, wasn't he?
He was upstairs, yes.
But why would you call him if you didn't want to talk to him? If you didn't
believe, of
want,
course, with that statement, he didn't hear anything about what was going to happen, right? He didn't hear
100
anything about the interview.
No, I don't think he could hear it from where he
that
was.
calls for speculation.
You knew he was just a few feet away.
I knew he was up in my bedroom.
We've talked a little bit about your call records, and I want to pivot for a second and ask you about those call records. This is Exhibit
Back
90.
to call records. Casey Cat Lady said, question, there's only one person for the prosecution. There's a team sitting at the table, but it seems they're dealing with tech. I don't know why he is the only prosecutor that so far is asking questions. He probably needs more, but.
Do you recognize that document?
I do, yes.
You were shown this document last week, is that right?
Correct.
This is a forensic extraction report of John O'Keefe's cell phone that you were shown on Friday, right?
Correct.
You acknowledge that it's an accurate report of calls found on John's phone between you and him. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this shows the calls that you made to John's phone or you received from John's phone on or between or at or between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. I want to direct your attention to those time frames, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to start at the
Chat,
bottom.
I'm listening.
It may
Just give me
go
2
in
seconds.
reverse chronological order.
Okay.
I think it does. At 12:14, it shows that you called John O'Keefe and that call was answered. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
At 12:18 a.m., it shows that John O'Keefe called your phone and that was answered as well.
Correct.
And then at 12:29 a.m., you also called John O'Keefe's phone and y'all had a short conversation as well. Is that right?
No.
The record shows, I think it shows, pardon me, unknown, correct? In terms of whether it was missed or answered?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sure, the 12:29, I want to concentrate on the 12:29 a.m. call.
Okay.
That one in the Celebrite extraction, it shows in terms of whether the call was answered or not, the status is unknown, correct? It's on the last page,
Yeah,
second row from the top.
at 12:29. Unknown, yes.
Unknown. However, you've already acknowledged that y'all did have a short conversation on that 2:29
No,
call, correct?
we didn't speak at 2:29. We spoke at 12:14 and we spoke at 12:18. We never spoke at 12:29.
So you're indicating that the 12:29 call was either missed or otherwise? Went to voicemail, something?
The 12:29, yes.
Okay. I want to show you a document. Well, let me ask it this way. According to
Finally,
this,
call records, right?
there were 6 more calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Counting, correct? 1, 2, 3.
Finally,
6.
call logs.
And that's before, or that's up to 12:50 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you another document. I don't know if I could approach briefly.
He's approaching. He's got to show the prosecution.
Thank you.
I'll take, so we don't get them mixed up, I'll take Exhibit 90 back.
He's got to show the prosecution what he's about to show the witness and then get it marked.
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't seem she ever called Karen, though. Only John. She said to Karen, you're coming with me, but then when they don't show
I
up,
want to
she's
show
just
you one more
calling
document that you weren't shown on Friday. Do
John.
you recognize this one?
No.
Okay. If you look where it indicates on the left column, I'm just putting my thumb here, the
Okay.
left column, the MSISDN user, there's a number that ends there.
The ISD number?
0142, 0142.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to answer this question before we approach.
I have no idea what we're approaching about this document.
Yes.
Why don't we just go up there?
Sure.
Can I have that, please?
Your Honor, may we answer the question before you let her just sit there and figure it out, please? All right, I'm going to zoom while they approach. I will get to questions as best I can. I want to get through this cross-examination without me interrupting as much as possible. I know it's difficult.
Ease of maintenance, may I approach and
Oh, did she
have
say-
Yes.
an unredacted version?
Did she say that on Friday that she didn't have Karen's number? I forgot. My head was swimming on Friday. It was a lot of information.
Yes.
Same thing.
Again, showing the prosecution.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you look on the left column, Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
you'll see something that says Apple ID.
Yes.
Look to the right of it. Do you recognize that unredacted portion? I don't want you to read it out or anything. You recognize that?
Yes.
Whose Apple ID is that?
That's mine.
Okay, if you look.
This is for identification.
6 lines below that, there's a full phone number. Again, don't read the phone number out. Just tell me if you
Peg, that's what I remember,
do.
that it was Carrie's number she
That's
didn't
mine.
have.
Okay. May
That I
approach you?
remember.
Yes.
Because she was texting Karen and talking to Karen, asking for Carrie's number. Thank you, chat. Because she was reaching out to Karen, asking for Carrie's number. But the niece called Jen in the morning, John's niece, while Karen was freaking out. And we don't quite have a reason why, because we don't know Karen's state of mind other than from what people witnessed. But they were talking when she said they were talking when Karen was in the ambulance.
I'll take the unredacted copy back.
Okay.
So we don't-
The unredacted is marked for identification and authentication. It's not going to be going back to the jury, so the jury won't
Does
have
this appear to be
people's Apple IDs. and
self-right extraction of your phone records, your Apple ID?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is
Can
the
you
extraction
recognize-
from her
without
phone.
telling me what it is, you recognize that phone number as your phone number back at the time and the Apple ID back at the time,
Yes.
associated with the phone that you then turned in to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You've just looked at the extraction report for John O'Keefe's phone, and you saw those calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone after going from 12:14, after that, all the way up to 12:50, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at the last couple of pages, page 3 and 4 of your own cell phone extraction report. And tell me if you see a single call listed between you and John O'Keefe for January 29th between 12:14 and 12:50.
There are calls to a number that I'm assuming is John.
What
I'm
time?
just not sure. I see a call at, wait a minute. This report has times everywhere.
Right. It's chronological except for the calls that were deleted.
It's chronological
You see a
except
call
for the calls that were deleted.
5:52 to John O'Keefe's phone.
What?
I see a call at 5:52, yes.
But there's not a single call before 5:52 a.m. between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. Is that right? Not one.
It's very hard to, this report trumps time-wise.
So you can look at every single time on the report. There's not that
So she
many.
doesn't understand.
Mhm. I'm just trying to say that it goes from 7:21 to 5:52 to 7:33 to 7:49. There's no order. They're out of order.
I understand that, Mr. McCabe, but if you look at every one of the entries, there's not a single entry for 12:14, 12:18, or any of the subsequent 12:29, any of the subsequent phone calls that are all shown on John O'Keefe's phone extraction. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, the cell phone expert's going to be fascinating.
I
Chat,
would move for the admission of,
what it seems to mean is when they extracted the victim's phone, it showed additional calls that she was making to him. But when they extracted her phone, those calls had been deleted. So it indicates that the calls at 12:14, 12:18, and 12:29 p.m. were deleted, which doesn't make a ton of sense because she admitted that she was on the phone with him giving him directions.
in as an exhibit.
Okay, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
So a cell phone expert's going to be helpful because she admitted on the stand that they talked during that period of time. So it's odd. I'm sorry that I have to keep eating myself. My kid and my husband are trying to connect for school pickup situations, and my husband, as husbands are wont to do, doesn't answer his.
May I inquire, Your Honor? Yes. Fact of the matter is, according to those Celebrite records and that extraction from your own phone, every one of the calls that you made to John O'Keefe's phone between 12:29 and, I'm sorry, between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. was deleted and unrecovered, correct?
I didn't understand that report, and I'm not an expert.
When you compare the two, you saw a bunch of calls on John O'Keefe's phone, right? You know, he couldn't have deleted them. He passed away, right?
We don't know when he passed away, but
You saw your cell phone extraction.
we don't know when he passed away. But why would he delete calls? Nothing's wrong to him.
Which is the handshake for John O'Keefe's phone. And all your calls are missing, right?
Objection.
All her calls during that
Can you
period of
answer
time.
that question?
That's too vague.
I'm confused. That paper, I don't understand it. It was vague. There were numbers. There were calls everywhere. There was a number of missing calls.
There's a bunch of missing calls, right? You didn't see any of the calls that were reflected on John O'Keefe's phone. Is that right? Yes or no? They're not there.
A lot of calls are missing. I'm not really even sure what's there because the numbers are all, it's all redacted.
So you were not seeing any redacted calls.
The page you just had in front of me was redacted.
I don't think she's
It's
trying
now an
to.
exhibit.
I don't think she's trying to be difficult at this point. Just, I know a lot of you in the chat do not like this witness. Just imagine somebody showing you something you have never seen before, a report you've never seen before, and parts of it are blacked out, and you're like, I don't know what it means. I think there's room for actual genuine confusion when you're trying to be accurate on the stand. And as to this witness, I don't think it matters to the defense. They're going to leave the insinuation there and call an expert later, and the expert's going to testify to what it is. I think they left her there to see her demeanor when confronted with it.
It's now an exhibit. Your personal information was redacted.
They're not trying to get her to understand.
The numbers, I don't know people's phone numbers. I just have them as contacts.
Ms. McCabe, you just said a second ago, and we can do this all day long, or we can just make it simple. The fact of the matter is that report did not show any of the calls that John O'Keefe's phone report showed, correct? From 12:14 to 12:50.
I believe there was one on there.
5:52. That's the next morning, ma'am. Right?
Were there other calls in that time period on the Celebrate?
You just said there weren't. You just looked at them.
I've told you that Celebrate report was extremely hard to read.
Right.
Mhm.
Fact is, there are no calls on your own phone extraction between you and John O'Keefe between 12:14 and 12:50. Would you just agree with that? At least on that report.
Would you just agree with
Objection, Your
that?
Honor.
Sustained.
The fact is that you deleted your call records before you turned your phone in, didn't you, Ms. McCabe? That's what that report shows.
Absolutely not.
You sanitized your phone because you didn't want the police to know who you had been calling or the fact that you had been calling John O'Keefe's phone incessantly, correct?
Incorrect. I willingly turned over my phone.
After you deleted your phone call logs, correct?
Absolutely not.
What date did you turn your phone over?
I mean, at least she still has her phone.
Possibly February 3rd.
How many days after this incident was that?
4 or 5.
So you had plenty of time to talk to that friends and family group and ultimately decide to delete your phone calls, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
What doesn't make sense to me is that if you're texting John O'Keefe being like, why isn't he coming into the house? And then calling incessantly like, what's going on? Where are you? Why aren't you coming in? Deleting that doesn't make any sense. Because if you're looking for him to come into the house and she's saying he never came into the house, I need to hear from the cell phone expert at this point. I want to hear from the cell phone expert, but
Plenty of time
it's odd
to talk to that friends and family group and ultimately decide to delete your phone calls, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any group chats with family members? who were
That's what I want to hear
witnesses
about.
in this case?
Yes.
I have so many questions. What the defense is saying is that John O'Keefe's phone shows phone calls between her and his phone at 12:19, 12:14, and in
May I approach you on it?
between
Yes.
there. And they show on John O'Keefe's phone, I imagine they show on her phone record, but they don't show on her phone. They've been deleted off the phone extraction from when she turned her phone in. So why is the call log gone? He's showing those texts to Lolly. Those are from an
Lally is looking through that before you turn your phone into
those are from an
to
extraction.
make sure the record is clear. Did you delete any of your calls before you turn your phone into law enforcement?
I spoke with the two
That's
officers
a yes
that I
or no.
handed my phone over to, and I asked if I could delete the personal conversations with my daughters. And they said absolutely yes, that I could.
So other than calls with your daughters that you deleted, did you delete any other calls on your phone at all?
There were
Mr. McCabe?
text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Did you delete any phone calls?
I do not recall deleting any phone calls at all. I would have no
That's
reason
not a
to
yes or no.
delete anything.
So that's very different than I didn't delete any phone calls. I do not remember deleting phone calls, means you might have.
In day-to-day life, people delete things, but
That's
I
not
do
what he
not
asked.
recall deleting any phone calls.
In day-to-day life, did you delete any of the calls to John O'Keefe?
No,
Did you delete any of your calls with Nicole Albert?
no,
Did you delete any of your calls with Brian Albert,
no,
with Chris Albert,
no,
with Julie Albert,
no,
Colin Albert,
no,
with any of the witnesses in this case? Did you delete any calls before you turned that phone over?
no, no.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm going to need to see the whole call record. Like, why did she stop calling John O'Keefe at 12:19? Were there text
Gabe,
messages
I'm
after
handing
that?
you
At what point did the
a packet of
SUV leave?
documents.
I need times. I need someone who wasn't at the waterfall to testify about all the phone call stuff. I need a chart. I have so many questions.
Appears to be about 10 pages long. Do you recognize what's in those documents?
Yes,
You indicated already that you were part of a group chat with certain members of your family and friends.
correct.
Did that group chat, I'm most interested in the group chat between yourself, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, on or around, that group chat starting on or around February 1st, 2022.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and accurate reflection of the text messages between, or certain of the text messages between and among that group?
Yes, the ones I've seen, yes.
On
Can
February
you just
1st
tell me what page you're on? I'm sorry.
Of course, Your Honor.
The Bates stamp number?
2148.
Okay,
is where
thank
I'm
you.
going to start.
Thank you.
And they should go relatively chronologically, Your Honor, page by
Okay.
page.
Tell me about the
On
text.
February 1st, 2022, around 2:15 in the afternoon on this group chat, did you receive a message from your husband on the group? This is on page 2148. And it should be the middle bubble,
Is this the police at the neighbor's house?
the middle and the bottom bubble. Quote, Julie said channel 4 is in DE. You see that?
Yes.
And the response from Matt McCabe is eating, I assume, quote, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
You look at the next page, the top, 149.
It's interesting to me that the Julie said Channel 4 is at D&E, the Chris's Pizza Shop, was left out of the questioning of Matt McCabe. And then on redirect, the prosecution said, who is they? Tell them. And he said Channel 4. But the prosecution never put in the rest of the text, which led me to believe that that didn't exist at all. Because if the defense only read half of the text, it changes the context of the tell them the guy never went in the house text. But why didn't the prosecution just say, what's the rest of the text? Matt McCabe was saying, no, we were talking about the news, but that context was never read in cross or in redirect. Matt said it, but he didn't say it was in the texts. So it's interesting to me that now the defense has put the full context in saying, tell them Channel 4 is at D&E or Channel 4 is at D&E, tell them. Because as Matt testified to part of it, but I was just like, really? Now them is Channel 4? That's interesting. But in the text, it's a different context. Why would the prosecutor not just pull in the full context of those texts that made his witness look so bad?
There's a one-word answer from Brian Albert.
Mm-hmm.
What is that answer?
Exactly.
Does it appear to you from this chat?
I hate it when context gets left out.
Matt McCabe was directing.
I don't like it at
witnesses,
all.
Specifically, Chris Albert, what to say to the news media.
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you're seeing?
That is not how I would understand this.
He never went in. Tell them he never went in the house was the story that had been concocted between and among this group of people on this chat. Correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
Just like she said, I hit him.
Correct.
Oh, ma'am, that is snappier than I think you intended.
So according to this chat, at least, at the very base level, this is one witness telling another witness to give certain information to the media that could be useful to the group, correct? Tell them the guy never went in the house, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Matt McCabe was directing Chris Albert. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house, was he?
Chris Albert was not at the house, no.
But this chat is Matt McCabe, your husband, telling Chris Albert, who was never at the house and would have no personal knowledge of what happened at the house, to specifically say, the guy never came in the house. The guy, by the way, being John O'Keefe. Right?
I mean, that's what it seems like.
That's what he wrote.
Does that sound to you a little bit like collusion?
I mean,
Objection.
that calls for a legal conclusion.
some point, you sought out Carrie Roberts' cell phone number shortly after the 29th, or maybe not, maybe on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have her cell number in your phone?
No.
One of your primary concerns was to make sure that you got in contact with Carrie Roberts before the day's end, right?
I wanted to speak to Carrie as
That
she was
was a
on
yes
her
or
way to
no.
the hospital, and I wanted to check in on John.
One of your primary concerns, Ms. McCabe, was that you wanted to make sure you got a hold of Carrie Roberts and had communication with her before the end of the day.
Yes.
That had nothing to do with getting in touch with her by the end of the day. It was a friend reaching out, wondering how her friend was doing, who was just taken off the front lawn.
On the 29th.
Why didn't you go to the hospital?
Yes.
So before the end of the day, Ms. McCabe, you can do this all day long. Before the end of the day, you were trying to get.
She doesn't like the way it's contextualized, but that's
Immediately in the
Cross.
morning, I wanted to get in touch with her.
Right. So you sought out her phone number. First, you tried my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Correct.
But then you found another source for that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said just a second ago you were claiming that you needed that information because you knew that she was on the way to see John O'Keefe's parents,
She was picking them up.
and you wanted to check on them.
Correct.
You've been friends with the O'Keefe family for years, haven't you?
Correct.
So you didn't have a need to get Carrie Roberts' phone number, did you?
what?
I wanted to speak with Carrie, see how she was doing. I was not going to call Peg.
You had her phone number, didn't you?
I do, yes.
So if you wanted to check on somebody, you could have just called her.
I was not going to call Peg O'Keefe on the way to see her son at the hospital.
Check on
That's
your friend.
fair.
Is this too much?
I wanted to ask Carrie. I'm sure she was boggled down and probably did not want to speak with anyone. It was a simple thing. I made sure I got Carrie Roberts' number so I could check in and see how John was doing. Also, we had just been through an extremely traumatic event together. There's nothing evil here.
Robert's number, Ms. McCabe, is because you wanted to make sure that you control.
There's nothing evil here. The thing is, she's not just answering the questions, which comes across as evasive, but Peg, for those of you asking, is John O'Keefe's mother. Not wanting to call John O'Keefe's mother as she's on the way to the hospital makes sense to me. You don't always want to bring it to that person's doorstep. That, again, makes sense. But when she keeps adding things like, there's nothing evil here, it's making it worse. You've got to just answer the questions because the behavior is fair, right? Most people will be like, yeah, that behavior is fair. But she's trying to cut off the defense attorney, and it's a game she's going to lose because this is not going to work. But she keeps trying to head off what she thinks he's insinuating. And you can see that just makes her look bad because she's trying to address not what he's asking.
Sure, I got Carrie Roberts' number so I could check in and see how John was doing.
You
Also,
can't
we had just been
control
through
their
an extremely
questions.
traumatic event together. There's nothing evil
Carrie
here.
Roberts' number, Ms. McCabe, is because you wanted to make sure that you control her story as she left your site, correct?
Absolutely not.
Did you take any steps whatsoever to influence Carrie Roberts' statements?
No.
Because that would be collusion, wouldn't it?
Calls
Judge,
for legal conclusion.
Did you write a text to the group, including Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, where you informed
I wanna
them
hear about that.
quote, and this is, Your Honor, on page 2158, where you informed them, quote, Carrie is here going over timeline, end quote.
What?
Correct.
So you reported back to Brian, Nicole, and Matt that Carrie was where?
She came over my house.
And you two sat down and went over a, quote, timeline together.
Peggy spoke to Carrie.
Yes or no? I didn't
Yes.
ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
Did you ask Carrie, or did Carrie show up at your house?
Going over
Go
timeline.
over a timeline.
Carrie showed up asking to sit down with me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you wanted to be super helpful about that, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
As to the phrase.
Sure. You wanted to be helpful to Carrie Roberts.
The two of us were trying to figure out what had happened to our friend.
And so you made sure that you created and drafted with Carrie Roberts a timeline for her, correct?
I didn't make sure of anything. She was the one that asked me to do it.
And not only did you create a timeline, you then reported back to your group, Ryan Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, that she was creating this timeline with you on February 1st, 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Again, when there is stuff like this to come, why splitting hairs over, I saw it was cracked, I said it was cracked? Just, why are we splitting hairs over that? Because then there's this.
After you created or drafted this
Yikes.
timeline with Carrie, she actually sat for an interview with the police, did she not? That's not in the chats. I'm just asking. She sat down for an interview with the police, didn't she?
When?
You tell me.
Do you know? That might
I'm
be
not
calling
sure
for
of when you're
speculation.
talking about.
Do you
Let's
know?
start over.
Yes.
After this timeline was created on February 1st,
Mm-hmm.
at some point thereafter, Carrie Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
We're sort of bearing the lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am,
What?
right?
There was,
Ah,
on Tuesday, 2 officers came to the house and she sat in the other room and spoke with them.
so, using my question, she did the interview at your house.
Oh, they came to my house to interview me and she happened to be there. So they asked if they could speak with her also.
Okay. Did she or did she not do an interview at your house?
Did, yes.
That wasn't that hard.
Feels hard from here.
You were present for that interview, weren't you?
I was eating dinner.
You were present for the interview, Ms. McCabe,
I was in the house, yes.
and you listened to that interview, didn't you?
No, I did not.
I bet there's a text.
You made sure you gave Carrie Roberts everything she needed for that interview, correct? Quote, everything she might need for that interview, didn't you?
And where is this that you're quoting
I'm
from?
asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you quoted, I thought it was in here. I
Ma'am?
apologize.
We'll get to it in a second.
Oh, fuck.
Did you tell her everything that you wanted her to say?
No, I did not.
Did you in any way attempt to influence her testimony before she gave that interview in your living room?
Absolutely not. Carrie is her own person.
But then you did report her progress to the Albert and McCabe group in that group chat, didn't you?
Can you show me where, please?
For all of you saying this feels like a reunion on the
Isn't it
Real
true that
Housewives.
their group text with
Yep.
Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, you wrote, and this is on page 2159, quote, and we handed handed phone to Carrie. You remember that?
What?
I see that, yes.
And the very next text is from you telling the group she's telling him everything in all caps, 2 exclamation points.
Yes.
And then you went on to say at 2:55 p.m., at basically the same moment, quote, all the stuff, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
So when you said a couple of minutes ago that you weren't listening to what she was saying,
All the
it was
stuff.
a lie, wasn't it?
We're talking about 2 different interviews. I'm talking about when the officers came to my house and spoke to her there. You're saying that I handed the phone over, so that would be a different interview.
McCabe, this is on February 1st at 2:55. I wasn't there. You were there. She was in your house on February 1st giving an interview to the police, wasn't she?
One day she was there giving an interview to the police.
And while she was there,
But I do not believe it was at 2:55. It was later in the evening. So I think you might have two events confused.
so either way, whether she was on the phone with the police or sitting there in your living room with the police, you were listening to her and reporting back to the group. She's telling them everything.
No, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said, she's telling them everything.
I know.
Because Carrie is an extremely blunt person, and she was giving personal feelings about the situation. And I was horrified by it.
To the police.
To the police.
And you're listening.
I heard a statement she said that horrified me.
And then you're reporting.
Carrie is an extremely blunt if Carrie is not the next witness, I'm going to scream. Carrie is an extremely blunt person, and she was telling them everything, and I was horrified by it. What tea is Carrie spilling?
Back to the group, weren't you?
She didn't want to say overheard.
One thing she stated, I reported back to the group, yes.
So you're listening in on a police interview, correct?
It was a phone call.
One side of it, right?
It was a phone call.
You're listening in on a police interview, one side of it,
Correct.
You're eavesdropping on that interview, correct?
I'm sitting with her and she's taking the call.
And then you're reporting that interview back, or her success in that interview, in your mind, back to the group.
She's going to take issue with
Brian Albert,
success.
Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe. Isn't that what you're doing?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I absolutely not. That is not how it went. I was horrified because Carrie's a blunt person, not like me. And she had made a comment about Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe's relationship. And I was shocked and horrified that she said it the way that she did.
You're so shocked and horrified that
I said, oh my God, she's telling them everything. Yes.
you decided it was so important that you needed to report that back to Brian Albert and his friends.
I was horrified.
If somebody's spilling all the tea, yes, you go to the group chat and say she is spilling all the tea. But now we just need to get into the tea. What? She's sitting there listening to all of this. Now we just need to know, like, name them. What was said? It's all out there now.
So you reported that back.
Yes, I said she told them everything.
When you were first confronted with these messages at a separate proceeding in June of 2023, you claimed that you couldn't remember what that exchange was about, correct?
Correct.
And now you just all of a sudden have this newfound memory of exactly
she has
what that
quite a
text
memory of
message was referring to.
What
correct?
that
Objection.
all was.
I'll allow it.
Yes, because Carrie Roberts said a statement and it jogged. I said, oh my God, that's what I meant when I said she said everything.
When did she say this statement?
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Carrie Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh, no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
And all of a sudden that became your, quote, everything, all this stuff.
It didn't just become it. I forgot that I had written it. And one day Carrie made the statement, and I'm sure it happens to everyone. You forget something and then you're like, oh my God, that's what it was.
I'm not sure that happens to everyone.
Objection.
Sustained.
That's
Let me
why
ask you a different question. When you were asked under oath a year ago, when it was things were fresher in your mind, you were asked specifically what you were referring to, and your answer was, I have no idea, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't want to tell them that you had coordinated your statement with Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right. I did not remember what it was.
Went on to be asked specifically.
Well, what is it?
Do you know who you were referring to? And you said, maybe Carrie, maybe. I'm talking to Carrie. And the question was,
I want to know what the statement is. I need to know how Carrie got there. I have so many questions for Carrie. We haven't even gotten to the how long to die in the snow Google yet. Court's over in like 15 minutes. This cross is going to continue tomorrow. I'm sorry, chat. But I need to know because the paramedic in the back of the ambulance said, you know, to Karen as she was saying who's going to take care of the kids and what's going to happen. And as she was continuing to, it seems, freak out over the weight of what was happening that morning, she was told by the paramedic, well, it seems like you have a good support system. And it's my memory that the paramedic testified. She said, well, then you don't know Carrie Roberts. So now I need to know how Carrie got there, who called her, because Jen doesn't seem to have her number, why she was showing up, and what the fuck tea she is spilling about her opinions on Karen, because it seems like they're not good.
But you don't recall this text?
But good Lord.
Correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't want to tell them that you had coordinated your statement with Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right. I did not remember what it was.
Went on to be asked specifically, do you know who you were referring to? And you said, maybe Carrie, maybe. I'm talking to Carrie. And the question was, but you don't recall this text? And your answer was, I don't remember. That's what you testified to a year ago.
She's like, because I didn't remember.
Correct.
But now you're talking about
Now you
some
remember.
memory of a disparaging comment that Carrie Roberts has about my client. And that's the everything in your mind.
Yes, the things that she was saying.
Quite obviously, what you were referring to in that text in real time, Ms. McCabe,
Quite obviously, his argument.
was that Carrie Roberts was telling the police, quote, everything that you had laid out for her in this timeline meeting you had with her, correct?
Objection.
So it's sustained as to that form. You can ask that question.
It's argumentative in the way it's formed.
The everything you referred to in that text in real time was what you had worked out with Carrie in that timeline meeting, wasn't it? That was the everything you were referring to, correct?
Incorrect. We never worked together to
False.
come up with a story. We have the facts, and the everything was a comment about your client.
You went on in your group chat with
We have the facts.
Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe to give running updates about whether or not Carrie Roberts was actually following the script, correct?
And I just want to note, because the first thing that popped into my head was not, we have the truth. Or, no, we didn't work anything out. What happened, happened. We have the facts. It's a real interesting turn of phrase.
Incorrect.
I'm waiting for her to go full
There
Dwight.
was no script.
167.
There was no script. False. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica.
Chat with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe to give running updates about whether or not Carrie Roberts was actually following the script, correct?
Incorrect. There was no script.
167.
We have the facts.
Matt McCabe texted the group, Brian, comma, sitting separate, end quote, correct?
Yes.
It sounds like Matt McCabe is reporting back to Brian Albert, following their instructions, we're sitting separate.
Objection.
Sustained.
He can ask, are you saying?
1 minute later, Brian Albert had a one-word response to the Brian sitting separate, correct?
Yes.
What was that one-word response?
Okay.
So it sounded like he was giving his approval for where people were situated in that meeting, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At page 2168, 515.
It's very hard to just look at two texts and try to understand what the context is.
Ms. McCabe, if you
Sure.
don't understand a question that I have, just
Cross-examination is difficult, ma'am. I don't know if this is new.
Objection.
Sustained.
at page 2168, 515.
It's very hard to just look at two texts and try to understand what the context is.
Ms. McCabe, if you don't understand a question that I have, just let me know. But otherwise, let me ask a question. 21.
That works.
I'm sorry, on page 2168, at 515, you wrote the group, quote, "You listening?" Correct?
Yes.
And at the same time, 515, you then wrote, "Cops here again." end quote, correct?
Correct.
That was in reference to the police coming over to your house to further interview Carrie Roberts, wasn't it?
I mean, at least I interviewed somebody.
That was when they came to talk to me.
And Carrie Roberts was there,
Was
correct?
at my house, correct?
And a few minutes later at 5:23, Nicole Albert texts, "Call us after," correct?
Correct.
And a few minutes after that, Matt McCabe texts, quote, "This girl could write a book, ... nonstop," correct?
Correct.
So obviously Matt McCabe, along with you, was listening to Carrie Roberts in her interview.
We were sitting in the kitchen eating dinner with our children, and Carrie Roberts was in a different room, but she was going on and on and on,
How do you
as
know?
she does, because
As she
they were
does.
in the other room.
And you could listen.
I could hear voices.
You could hear her interview with the police.
Did not hear her interview. I could hear them talking, but I was sitting at a table with my children eating dinner, getting ready to go to a basketball game.
You then responded to Matt McCabe.
Are they texting
love
at
it.
the table?
Yes.
And then you responded about this interview you just testified under oath and under penalty of perjury, not hearing anything about, just hearing voices. Your next text was, quote, "She is telling them everything,"
Yes.
end quote. Correct?
Yes.
And
So
that's
we said
about
just a few minutes ago about not knowing.
that's about a comment that she said. So you're hearing more than just voices because you were horrified by the comment she made. So obviously you heard the comment.
What she was saying. I could just hear voices. That was a lie.
It was.
Okay.
Objection.
Sustained.
And a couple of seconds later, Nicole Albert responds, one word. What was her response?
Good.
So Nicole's text back
So
was
in
good.
order, those texts say, "You listening?" You say, "You listening?"
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
At the end of the day, you were eavesdropping on an interview that Carrie Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official capacity, weren't you?
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard, but I was not
Some of the
even.
things you overheard.
I'm saying there's a possibility if I'm sitting in this room eating dinner and someone's in another room talking, you can hear bits and pieces. Was I eavesdropping? No. Is there some big cover-up story? No.
Well, why, Ms. McCabe, does your testimony keep evolving?
Oh, boy.
A second ago, you told this jury, you said, "I couldn't hear a thing. All I could hear was voices, like
gonna do
muffled
this for
voices
another
from the
day.
other room." She was going on and on about something.
Yeah.
And then when I confronted you with a text message where you said, "She's telling them everything," now it's, "Well, I may have heard a couple of things." Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
And you were listening on and on and on like you do.
I was probably hearing bits and pieces.
She walked into that. She walked right into that. The thing that he's trying to get at that she is evading is that you said the everything is this comment she made about Karen and John, and you were pearl-clutchingly appalled that she made this comment, but now you're saying you heard nothing. That's the shift. No, I just heard voices. You heard something. And also, I don't think her hearing the interview is her bad. That's on the officers. They shouldn't be interviewing people in their homes. So yeah, if you heard it, you heard it. They didn't take her somewhere else to interview her. That's on them. But her being evasive makes it look worse.
Why was it so important to report back to the group that you were happy that Carrie Roberts was saying, quote, everything?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We had both lost our friend. Carrie Roberts was in shock, as was I in shock. The two of us had all this information that just kept coming back to us and back to us. And it's terrifying when you go through an experience and you're in shock. And Carrie was remembering things. I was remembering things. So I was happy for her that she was piecing it all together, and I had pieced it all together, because at the end of the day, our friend was dead and we were trying to figure out what had happened to him together. There was no direction. We were all trying to figure out what had happened, because that's what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Were you happy for her, or were you happy for you and Brian and Matt and Nicole?
For me and for her, because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
You got the story out that you're trying to get out through Carrie Roberts. Right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story.
On this
The
side,
story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create? I hit him, or did you?
that's not gonna go well. I'm gonna back it up because this isn't gonna go well. This isn't going to go well. This isn't going to go well. This is not going to go the way you think it's going to go, ma'am. Setting yourself up on one side against the defense is going to be wild. And we still haven't gotten to the Google searches yet.
And we were trying to figure out what had happened to him together. There was no direction. We were all trying to figure out what had happened, because that's what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Were you happy for her, or were you happy for you and Brian and Matt and Nicole?
For me and for her, because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
You got the story out that you're trying to get out through Carrie Roberts. Right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create? I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
A fact that conveniently you didn't mention in your report to Lank, grand jury, nothing, right? That kind of fact.
Objection.
Is that right?
That is a fact I mentioned. So in some reports, it's there.
In some reports, it's there. Which ones?
The fact is, you wanted to keep very close tabs on Carrie Roberts, didn't you?
No.
You can hear
January
Lolly
29th.
sighing into the mic.
If you look on page 2223, did you text the group, quote, Carrie talked to cops and kept it simple, end quote.
Yes.
Okay, it's becoming a habit for you to keep tabs on Carrie Roberts, isn't it? In the
Objection.
text.
Sustained.
And kept it simple?
You'll agree that over and over and over and over again, you're reporting to this tight group, Nicole, Brian Albert, your husband, how Carrie's doing in her stories to the police, aren't you? Over and over and over.
I am telling them what is going on. I wouldn't say it. Well, let's count them. Was there 4 of them? You're saying over and over and over and over. It's a bit extreme.
I see. So you take issue with the way that I phrased over and over.
She said it was
Well,
extreme.
it's misleading, I believe.
I see. Okay. Well, let me see if I can try this in a non-misleading way, Mr. McCabe.
Okay.
At least
boy.
one of us. I'll withdraw.
Yep. I imagine the judge gave him a real head whipping look at least one of us. That Alan.
The way that I phrased over and over and over.
Well, it's misleading, I believe.
I see. Okay. Well, let me see if I can try this in a non-misleading way, Mr. McCabe.
Okay.
So at least one of us.
That's
I'll withdraw. You consistently reported back to the group how Carrie Roberts was doing with the police, didn't you?
I would update them after Kerry saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
There's yet another text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on January 29th, and this is on page 2226. And she says, quote, "We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it," end quote. And then you texted, right, correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
What's that
Objection.
about?
I'll allow it.
Yeah, what's that about?
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone.
What?
We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened. It was nothing more than let's not text about it.
And Karen's not part of your little circle, is she? 'Cause isn't that the defense's entire theory of the case?
You wanted to keep it, in your words, in your little circle,
Uh-huh.
correct?
Correct. I didn't want it all out there what we had thought had
That's gonna be
happened.
the
I
theme
was
of their
going to let the
closing.
police do their job.
So by
Did they?
definition, the info that Nicole Albert was talking about, that needed to be kept very tight, very secret, correct?
We needed the police to do their job. So we
needed-
weren't going.
Texts, and Nicole wanted her texts, and the group wanted their texts to be kept secret and private. Isn't that right?
Not secret and private. We just weren't going to communicate certain things over text.
Did you give, or did anybody give you any private information the next day on January 30th?
Didn't even give me private information.
So let me put it in context. That text from Nicole Albert, we'll get more info tomorrow. I don't want to text about it. That was on the 29th, right?
Okay.
You saw it. Did you get additional info on the 30th, the next day?
I have no idea.
I have
Did
taken a lot
anything
of notes.
significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case?
I want to know
Any
what happened on
meetings,
January 30th.
Any get-togethers,
I-
anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Kerry Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Kerry are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Kerry and asks how the O'Keefes were doing. And, we talked to her.
That's a lot of a story.
So you pulled up to Michael Lank's house on the 30th. That's never been reported, has it?
I guess I never thought much of it.
Never thought about reporting the fact that one of the first responding officers on the case, working for Canton PD, which is completely off the case, you had a meeting with that was unreported the next day?
I didn't meet with Michael Lank.
I see. So you pulled up in the car. Tell me about that again. You pulled up in the car and what happened?
And
There was a lot that happened.
Lex, her daughter, went into the house.
Okay. And then you just drove away?
No, Michael's wife came out of the house.
Okay. And y'all had a conversation about what?
She got in the car and her and Kerry are friends, and she was checking on Kerry and, just saying, oh my God, this is so crazy, just checking in on the O'Keefes.
How long did that take?
Well, Kerry's a talker, so could have been an hour.
Could have been hours standing outside,
Sitting in the car.
sitting in the car on February 30th. Never came in the house?
Not February 30th.
I said February 30th, January 30th.
Could have been an
Anyone in the
hour.
house?
I might have ran in to go to the bathroom.
It's the back end of a blizzard. It's freezing cold outside.
Mhm.
Sitting in the car for an hour.
The car was running, Kerry, and they were talking.
Why were you with them to go drop a kid off at a friend's
It's her
house?
friend.
Why were you there?
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody about you going to Michael Lang's house on January 30th? Anybody?
Yes,
Tell me about that. Who was it and when?
it was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
Oh,
The DA's office had an interview with you, correct?
Not an
did the DA tell the defense attorney? Because I imagine if they didn't, his brain is going to explode in about 3 seconds.
interview. They just explained this process.
I mean, a conversation? How about that?
Yes.
You met with folks at the DA's office. Who'd you meet with?
Mr. Lally, Miss McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, Trooper Brian Tully, I believe, and another woman, I can't remember her name, unfortunately.
Someone from the DA's office?
Yes.
You told the DAs this for the first time?
Beelan?
No.
Lynn Beelan?
No, she's here today. She works with Steve Nelson.
Ah, but an employee of the DA's office.
Yes.
That sounds like a pretty big meeting.
I mean, everybody was there.
I wouldn't call it a big meeting. There was, 5 of them?
How long did you, 5 of them and then you?
My daughter Allie came with me also.
The meeting's
Is
getting
he
bigger.
laughing?
Anybody else?
No,
It's
we
kind of
both went.
off-putting.
Was Allie in the room when you were, I was going to say interviewed, but you take issue with every word I use. When you were talked to by the DA?
Allie and I were both in the room when they went over every.
Just to clarify, the other DA's last name is McLaughlin. It seems that there's no relation, but that is the other DA that is at the table with Lally, who the judge says good morning to every morning, who seems to be running the tech. But it seems that there is no relation. And if there is, it hasn't been brought up or made much of it. It's not the world's most uncommon last name, but not McLaughlin, the paramedic, McLaughlin, the DA that sits next to Lally.
Everything, how this all works, because this is all brand new to us. And then they asked me to leave the room.
It's not that brand new. You've been through 2 grand juries. Okay. I don't know who she's looking at.
You were about to say, and I lost the end of that sentence, when they received what?
I didn't mean the word received.
Did you receive anything?
No, I looked at my grand jury notes.
Now,
I heard the received. It just kind of
is
dropped.
anybody taking notes?
No.
You have a bunch of lawyers and DAs, and nobody has a notepad in front of them? Like notes?
I believe Mr. Lally had a number of folders on the table.
Taking notes in those?
I do not believe anyone was taking notes. It was a casual meeting to explain this process.
Was that meeting recorded in any way that you're aware of?
No.
How long did the meeting last?
Allie and I were probably in the room, I don't know, approximately 20 minutes. Then I left and they spoke with her. And then I went back in and they spoke with me.
How long did they speak with you?
Honestly, maybe half hour.
And during that half hour to an hour, did they go over with you what they expected your testimony to be?
They never spoke about what they expected my testimony to be. They just showed me some pictures that might be shown. I listened to the 911.
What pictures?
Just of the house and how I'd be asked to, show, okay, we're going to put a picture of the house and you'll have a laser.
Ms. McCabe, when we started this conversation, it was because you said, in answer to my question, was anything ever brought up to you about this meeting at Lank's house?
Mm-hmm.
And you said you told
said
the
yes.
DAs.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously they did talk to you about your testimony. It wasn't just about the process, correct?
Right.
I asked what discovery had been turned in regard to me.
So you wanted to prepare
What do you mean, what
to
discovery?
make sure that you knew what you might be asked on cross-examination, correct?
I wanted to know what was coming. Yes.
And you knew
That's
that one of the things
fair.
that was coming after this meet. Well, let me ask it a different way. During this meeting, did Mr. Lally tell you one of the things that's going to be coming is you had an off-the-books meeting at Lank's house? 45 minutes. Did he tell you that?
No, that's not how I was told.
Did he tell you that the defense had uncovered a report that established that you were actually at Michael Lank's house for 45 minutes that had never been reported to the defense or the prosecution before the phone extraction had been done?
The DAs didn't
Tell me
know.
that.
I was asked, oh, were you at Michael Lank's on the 30th?
So you've had a lot of time to come up with a story about why you were at Michael Lank's, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I didn't need time to make up a story because I have the truth of why we went.
And the truth, according to you, is you pulled up at Michael Lank's house. The first responding officer and friends of the Alberts had a meeting with him the next day that was never reported to anybody for any purpose. You just met with his wife out in the car while the car was running for 45 minutes to an hour. That's your story.
It's not a story, it's the truth. Carrie dropped her daughter off. The wife came out. Carrie is a talker. They started talking. A tragedy had happened the day before.
It is interesting, would you not agree, that the day before you had this off-the-books meeting at Michael Lank's house, Nicole Albert says, we'll get more info tomorrow, meaning the very day you show up at Lank's house.
Again, I never spoke with Mike Lank at his house. It was not an off-the-books meeting. It was Carrie dropping her daughter at one of her good friend's house, whose husband happens to be a Canton cop. That is what it is. That is the truth.
A lot of coincidences. Do you agree?
Objection.
Christine.
It's argumentative. How did that get uncovered?
Yes.
I would bet the feds, but I have questions. Oh, for those of you in the chat saying I'm riveted, yep, sure don't know what's coming next. Because what the fuck?
That's, by the way, what did Mr. Lally show you in respect of this issue about this meeting at Michael Lank's house?
He showed me nothing.
He just told you about it.
Brian Tully told me.
Okay, what did Mr. Tully tell you? Trooper Tully, what exactly did he tell you at this meeting about this Michael Lank issue?
He said, did you go to Michael Lank's on January 30th? And at first I said, no, I've never been to his house. And then I thought about it and I said, oh my gosh, yes, I did go there. And that was the extent of the conversation.
You said, yeah, I did go there, and he didn't ask a follow-up, like, what the heck were you doing at Michael Lank's house the day after this issue?
Objection.
This incident?
I'll allow it.
He didn't ask a follow-up like that?
I do not believe he did.
So Trooper Tully had you come down for an interview. He confronted you.
What are the odds Trooper Tully's like, I don't want to fucking know. I'm not going to ask questions I don't want to know the answer to. We'll just see what happens. That's me speculating snarkily. But
with a
wow.
fact that had never been disclosed before, to wit, you showed up at Michael Lank's house. And
the
when you
defense
said,
attorney is writing
yeah,
as fast as I am right now.
I think your words were, oh my gosh, yeah, I think I did go there. And he didn't ask a follow-up question?
He was there.
Yes,
You're spinning all of this.
Ma'am, I do
You're
a lot of
spinning
things.
all of this.
I don't spin. There's a judge here to make sure.
This is going to be a fight. Ma'am, have you met cross-examination?
Oh yeah, hang on. I think your words were, oh my gosh, yeah, I think I did go there. And he didn't ask a follow-up question?
I wanted to get her exact phrase. That's why I backed it
He
up.
was there.
Yes,
You're spinning all of this.
Ma'am, I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't spin. There's a judge here to make sure that I don't spin. I'm asking you a question. It's very direct.
I do not believe he asked me a follow-up question.
So that was the end of that conversation about Michael Lank, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally didn't have any follow-up questions.
I don't believe Mr. Lally was in the room.
Who else? I thought you said Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin. I thought
They
you said-
were. They might not have been in the room at that time.
I see. So Mr. Lally just happened to, just saunter out?
It was a different time.
So Mr. Lally was in and out of the conversation?
Mr. Lally was not there when this conversation happened.
Why is that?
That calls for speculation.
Because I met with Brian Tully and he was not there.
Is Brian Tully taking notes?
No.
He's a state trooper interviewing a witness, and
He was-
Objection.
Sustained.
That calls for speculation.
The same report that has you at Michael Lang's house
Mhm.
also has you picking up Nicole Albert going by 34 Fairview just before you went to Michael Lang's house. You aware of that?
We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
So you went by 34 Fairview, then diverted, and right after you went by 34 Fairview, went directly over to Michael Lang's house. What was the reason that you stopped by 34 Fairview first?
We didn't stop by. Maybe Carrie slowed down, but we did not stop by 34.
So you did a drive-by 34 Fairview for giggles? Why?
No, that's how we get to Michael Lang's house.
If the report shows that you actually stopped at 34 Fairview and then went to Michael Lang's house, would we have another oh my gosh moment?
Nope, no oh my gosh moment. We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
Did anybody else go with you over to Michael Lang's house?
No, it was Carrie, myself, and her daughter.
Your Honor, maybe approach briefly.
Okay.
They've got to be almost done for the day. Oh, this cross is going to go on tomorrow, I would imagine. As they are approaching, I'm going to zoom because I do have a meeting today, which means I'm going to have to zoom to get to questions.
First
No.
things you do if you're, have you ever let me ask you another question. Have you ever misplaced your phone?
Yes,
Just in life, everybody does it, right?
yes.
What's one of the first things you do if you're with your daughter or your husband or a friend and you're in your house and you misplace your phone?
You ping it on Find My iPhone.
Oh, I'll ask them to call my phone.
Right.
Mhm.
Even over and over and over, right?
Correct.
Could be as many as 5, 6, 7 times.
Does he think?
Usually I hear it the first or second time.
You're looking for a buzz
Does he think they were looking for John O'Keefe's phone?
or a ring, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you might do that if you're searching for a missing phone.
I ping
Correct.
it.
Correct.
With regard to the calls that were deleted from your phone, you were asked about this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding that you had an explanation for all these missed calls starting at 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50.
Mhm.
You have an explanation for that, right?
Can I see the report?
I'm asking you
Do you
about your prior
remember?
testimony.
And I'm asking,
About these calls,
yes, I'm asking, can I see it?
Do you remember?
I'm asking you a different question. At your other at this other proceeding, in which you were under oath,
Yes.
you explained that these calls were what? These missed calls, incessant missed calls. What were they? You used a word. Matter of fact, it's 2 words.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
What?
Yes.
So according to you, you literally butt dialed John O'Keefe's phone 6 times in the span of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I don't remember making any of those calls. So my assumption is I put my phone in my back pocket and that was it.
Well, when were you texting then? Because it was in your hand when you were
When dial someone by
texting.
mistake, you hit a button, set your
It,
phone down.
it either
the phone
gets
has to
picked
be
up-
open. You'll agree with that, right?
it gets picked up or it goes to
Correct.
Can't be
voicemail.
locked. It takes several iterations.
How many
of movement
fucking
to get a
butt
phone open.
dials?
Face ID or password, right?
Correct.
So when you hit the button by mistake, walk away, that's a butt dial. People call butt dials. What happens with the call?
I assume it goes to voicemail.
Good assumption, because that's exactly what it does, isn't it? You've had a phone for a lot of years, right?
Yes,
It rings and rings and rings until it goes to voicemail.
correct.
So in order to hang up that butt dial, you have to interact with that phone yet again, don't you?
Yes.
So if you had 6 butt dials, 7, I think it's 7 butt dials, you'd not only have to interact with the phone once to butt dial John, you'd then have to interact with it every single time to turn off that phone ringer so it doesn't go to voicemail, wouldn't you?
I just put them in here. Thank you.
I suppose.
Which makes 14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes.
Thanks, buddy.
Is that right?
I mean, I guess I don't have it all right in front of me, but there were also text messages I was sending. So again, maybe I said, oh, shoot, I called them, and then I turned it off.
But your claim is you don't remember those incessant butt dials and those incessant hangups at all, correct?
I honestly don't.
So you would have had to forget that you interacted with, by the way, you'll agree that the phone extraction shows that John O'Keefe got no voice.
My teen is like, butt dials.
Right.
My
I
phone has
didn't
Face
look,
ID.
but
So that means you would have had to interact with that phone 14 times over the course of 19 minutes at the exact time frame that the Commonwealth suggests John O'Keefe lost his life.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently, and this will be your last question for today, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The period between 1229 and 1250, which is the exact period that you were, quote, butt dialing John multiple times, that's also the exact period that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated. Isn't that right?
Objection.
That's sustained. We'll start up again tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
All right, folks, so I'm going to want to stay there and walk out. Okay.
Done for the
All
day.
right, so jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Now, tomorrow will be a full day. The forecast is going to be very hot. You'll see this courtroom fluctuates. It could be really cold in here, could be really hot in here. So maybe bring us sweaters. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Oh boy. And that is the end of day 15. We are going to continue on cross-examination tomorrow. I have been wanting to get to the digital evidence. I think this is the first time that it's clear that the defense, hold on. I'm going to have to summarize. I think it's clear this is the first, well, I don't know if anything's clear. I think this is the first time we've really heard clearly that the state believes that John O'Keefe was incapacitated sometime between 12:29 and 12:50 p.m. I wonder if the court's going to put something else back on the record. It seems like yes. Jury out.
May be seated.
Mr. Lally, who else might you have tomorrow?
Oh, we want to know. Carrie.
So Ms. Roberts would be next. Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, and then I think it would be Mr. Higgins after that.
Okay. All right. It's not likely we'll get through all of those, correct?
Probably.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Jim, I'll see you too if you like.
Sure.
Tomorrow, we will be hearing from Jen McCabe on cross-examination and from Carrie Roberts. So let's do a quick summary of today. I'm going to try to get to a few questions. Unfortunately, I have a meeting, but tomorrow's going to be a real full day in court. At the end of day 15, which was a half day in court, well, Jen McCabe is still on the stand for cross-examination, and we haven't even gotten to the googliness of 2:27 a.m. We've talked about deleted phone calls. We've talked about as the defense puts it, off the books meeting at Officer Lank's house, where this witness testified that she and Carrie Roberts went to drop Carrie's daughter off at Officer Lank's house on the 30th because Officer Lank's daughter and Carrie Roberts' daughter are good friends, and Officer Lank's wife came out and chatted with Carrie. And you know, Carrie's a talker. I think we've heard that about 16 times at a minimum, that, you know, Carrie's a talker. So we might have been there 45 minutes. But as the defense was asking on cross-examination, isn't that the day after Julie Albert texted? No, Nicole Albert texted, "We'll know more tomorrow." So what was in that conversation, and when did it get disclosed? And it seems that maybe it got disclosed during the federal investigation, but the jury doesn't know about that specifically. They know that there were other proceedings, and they know that this was discovered later. But what we also heard at the end of the day is that Carrie Roberts will be the next witness from the prosecution, and I am dying to hear it. But I want to hear from the cell phone experts now more than ever. It seems that there are phones in the Celebrite extraction on John O'Keefe's. No, that there are phone calls on the Celebrite extraction from victim John O'Keefe's phone that show multiple phone calls to his phone from Jen McCabe. But that on Jen McCabe's extraction, those phone calls were deleted off the phone. But what we know about Celebrite is the extraction of the phone will show you if calls have been deleted and what have you. But the records from the cell carrier will show if those calls went through, were answered, went to voicemail, what have you. This is why the defense was so pressed about the phones that were rehomed, because the phone records from the carrier don't show that. You need both the physical phone extraction and the carrier records to show what was deleted. There was so much information about deleted calls and texts in the Murdaugh case. When we get to the evidence from any experts, I'm very interested to see the timeline of the digital evidence. And it feels like on this cross-examination, we're finally starting to get some timeline of the digital evidence that did not come in direct. We also heard the defense read the full context of the text in this group chat that was Julie Albert said Channel 4 is at D&E, and it was then Julie said, what was the full? I wrote it down, but Julie said, Channel 4 is at D&E, tell Chris to tell them the guy was in the house. So even though that was brought up with Matt McCabe, we didn't hear, to my memory, the full text message. Matt McCabe said, no, them is Channel 4, but we didn't hear them read the full text. Matt said that's not the full text. So is that overreaching on the defense when they are leaving out parts of text? I don't think the full text looks great, but I think the leaving out the context also doesn't look great. There is so much in this case that is odd, that doesn't make sense, that is very strange behavior. I don't know if the defense needs to make it more than it is, because what it is not great. So it's just so odd to me why some things are being reached for when there is truly so much here in this case. There is lots of group texts going on talking about this case. Did I misstate it and say the guy wasn't in the house? When Matt McCabe texted, Julie said Channel 4 is at D&E, tell Chris to tell them the guy wasn't in the house. It makes sense there. Sylvia in the chat said, Emily, please don't take sides. I'm not taking sides. I think there are things the defense is doing that have worked really well for them. I think there's things the defense is doing that don't work really well for them. I think there's things the prosecution is doing that isn't helping their case at all. And I'm waiting for the digital evidence, because again, why reach when there's so much there? And there is a lot there. So with all of that, I'm at the point where I just want to see all the digital. I just want to see all the digital experts. I just want to see the digital data. Everything else makes no sense to me. The deleted calls, the butt dials, the calls that are answered, but none of the witnesses say they are answered. I just bring the cell records. Just bring the cell experts. That's it. I want to see the cell experts. That's it. That's where I'm at. So we will see. We'll see what happens tomorrow. There's a lot more cross-examination to go, isn't there? Because we haven't gotten to those Google searches, and it seems like there's a lot more to this case that we don't know yet. And 4 weeks in, we should know more. And from the defense is really the first time I'm hearing that the prosecution thinks that the victim was incapacitated at between 12:29 and 12:50. If it was said in opening statement, I missed it, or I can't remember it because so much was in opening statements, it was very hard to follow. I just want to see the phones. I want to see the phones from the victim. I want to see the rest of Jen McCabe's extraction. I want to see Karen Reed's phone. Just bring the phone. Just bring all the phones. Tell me. But the prosecution has to prove this case. And so far, there's a lot of information missing. Now, I am aware the internet has more information than this jury does. I am staying away from all of it. I want to see if the prosecution proves this case. And right now, the prosecution is leaving us with a lot of questions and not a lot of answers 4 weeks in. So, to all of the moderators, thank you so much for modding. I know as the chats get big and busy, it is a lot to follow. I know there are very strong feelings about this case. I have very strong feelings about this case, and those feelings are exactly this. Literally, what the fuck? All the time. This phone is gone. That phone is not gone. Calls are missing. Calls weren't answered. Calls are butt dialed. When does the prosecution think John O'Keefe had something happen? And what do they think? And when was he left in the snow? And how did he die? And what are his injuries? And what were the conditions of his clothes? And and when are we going to hear more about that Google search? But I'll tell you what, it does not endear me at all when context of text messages is parsed by the defense. Because again, and I will keep repeating it, in a case where there is so much that is there, reaching for more when more does not exist, I think looks like the defense is trying to leave things out. Particularly, I don't think things need to be left out. That whole text message of tell them can be interpreted 2 ways. That's just, the text is what it is. So with all of that, I'm going to answer just a few questions, and I have got to zoom. Thank you, Miguelina. Yes, I let them know I would be a few minutes late. So we're going to zoom real quick, but today's been so much. Every day, I'm like, do we have answers today? No, we have more questions. Just a lot more questions. Thank you for all of you who have gifted memberships. If I don't get to pull them up, I'm sorry. Terry 007 said, who's the guy sitting in the corner with the desk? The defense tech person. So pulling up exhibits, managing the technical and digital evidence. That is the defense tech person. The court had said, we don't have room in this courtroom. And they're like, we can just set up a small table. And that's exactly what they did. Madison said, I thought when speaking to police officers at the beginning of the trial, they mentioned when the taillight was processed, swabbed, or something, it cracked further. Madison, I don't even remember where we are with that, because I don't remember them talking about processing the taillight. I remember the conversation about the red Solo cups being in the same bay, but I think we're going to get to more people talking about the taillight. And I don't remember if the prosecution said that, if the defense said it. we have so much more to get to. Nancy said, I think she deleted the calls thinking that they would be gone. She failed to realize that the calls would show up on John's phone. Yeah, and your records. It's just wild. It's there is so much in this case. Amy said, in the market for a divorce lawyer, wonder if Jackson would take my case. Amy, ask Law and Lumber. He works in family law and he would probably have the best connects. But what you don't want to do is pay for a high-powered defense attorney for divorce. It is going to make everything take longer. Look for someone who can negotiate a compassionate resolution. It is best for all. Just, you don't want to pull out the big guns for fighting if you don't need them. But Law and Lumber might have some recs for that. I think his email address is on his channel, but he works in family law. So that's a good recommendation. But no, I imagine that Alan sticks well and truly with the criminal law. I don't know what the rest of his firm does though. And also he's California based. So look local. Tanner said, am I understanding the state's theory correctly? Multiple people walk by the deceased body in the lawn without noticing. We need a graph of arrival departure times from Fairview. We've had a lot of testimony about arrival departure, but if the prosecution's theory is that Karen Reed hit him with the car and then left sometime between 12:30 and 12:50, then almost everybody at the house would have left past the yard, past John O'Keefe. But if Jen McCabe is looking out the window every few minutes till the SUV leaves and saw nothing, that it wasn't snowing that much. Not me today said, I can't wait to get Emily's wrap up at the end of today. I don't even know what the end of today was. I don't even know. Casey Cat, I think we clarified the confusion about the phone number. Shane, good to see you, but don't apologize for interrupting. We're here for your commentary. I know I will stop apologizing and let let it go. We're here for commentary. I'm so confused. So for all of you that got your oil slick tumblers, they are up in the Lawnard shop. If you have the Lawnard app, the Lawnard app will have that for you because there is a discount at the Lawnard shop for just a few more days, for 3 more days. So I left mine in the kitchen. Oh no, I didn't leave it in the kitchen. Hold on. I didn't leave it in the kitchen. My tumbler, I left it on my desk, is here. I need to take it to the kitchen and wash it. But the oil slick tumblers are in the Lawnard shop. Those are on sale for a few more days. Brian said, I have had strong I shot the clerk vibes about this part of the story the whole time. Brian, I agree. The parallels to My Cousin Vinny are just, no. Again, I am waiting to see The Thing, where I look at it and go, oh, this is why the prosecution went to the grand jury. This is why the prosecution upgraded the charges from a hit and run and a DUI causing death to a intentional, volitional second-degree murder. I'm waiting to see The Thing. In Murdaugh, The Thing for me was the Snapchat video. I was like, oh, well. And Murdaugh's police interviews. I was like, oh, well, yeah, that's why we're all here. I'm just not there yet. I'm waiting to see The Thing. Maybe it's in the digital evidence. Maybe it's in the expert evidence. Where is it? Becca said, my twin sister Rachel and I got our oil slick tumblers Saturday, got iced coffee in mine, ready for cross. Today was wild. Tomorrow's going to be a very, very long day in court. So you guys make sure to hydrate. I download the Lawnard app. We will keep you posted when witnesses change, when things happen in court, so you don't miss a moment. I know life is busy. Emma Daisy, thank you for the super chat. The amount of freckery going on here is staggering. Directed verdict with prejudice. I don't know, and I'm not going to comment on directed verdict until we get to the end of the prosecution's case, because there are lots of witnesses we haven't seen yet. If the state calls all their witness list, we're not even halfway through their witness list yet. And it took us, we're at the beginning of week 4. Valerie in the chat said, oh my God, I was thinking about the first time I testified as an expert witness, and the lawyer said, may I approach? And I answer, yes, of course. They all took a beak looking at me. Rookie move. Testifying is uncomfortable. It is just an uncomfortable situation. And the more you're in court, the easier it becomes. But there's definitely a battle going on between the Jen McCabe and Alan Jackson. And it's clear that there is stuff from out of court that is on that witness's mind, because she was firing back at him that you're the one that's concocting this story. The truth and the facts are on our side, is what she said during that colloquy, firing back strongly at the defense attorney, saying that they're the ones who are twisting everything. And with that, chat, I have got to roll. I am sorry that I have to yeet myself so quickly. I love answering questions, but I've got to go. It's a busy day over here. Law Nerds, I will keep you posted on things in the app. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. We'll see y'all back here tomorrow. I might bump the time a little earlier because we have some shifts in schedule with my kiddos' school schedule. So I will notify you in the app. Mods, I will let you guys all know, of course, this evening, but I will let you know in the app if we're able to start a little bit sooner tomorrow, as my schedule shifts a little bit in the morning. So replay crew, thank you. Love you. Law Nerds, you're the best. Tomorrow's going to be a lot. Get your snacks, get ready to hydrate, and we'll see what unfolds. I'll see you for day 16.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com, or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday, for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.